I am. Hello, good morning. We are back here at the MODUS Super Series. After a short break, hope you all enjoyed your Christmas and are ready to devour some darts each day this week. We've got another week of action. We're in Series 2, picking up from where we left off before the break when Adam Warner won Week 8. But it has been a little while, so we'll give you a quick reminder of how it all works. Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in fees and prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns £20,000 first prize, and after Champions Week, action starts again for week 1 of the next series. Well, I'm joined by Matthew Edgar, who will be commentating alongside Henry Deacon today and this week. Matt, welcome back. Good Christmas. Can you remember what happened before?
I can, actually. It was Adam Warner, wasn't it? He stole the show. What a story. Big outsider. He brought all the lads down from Sheffield. It was pretty chaotic in here that night. I remember they swarmed the stage at the end of the night, but what a moment that was for Adam. Great way to end the year. Well,
he remembers that one, week 8, but we had 7 weeks before that, and we're going to take a little trip down memory lane to refresh all your memories, including ours, on what's happened so far in Series 2.
Jim McEwen was the first winner of the second MODUS Super Series, defeating Scott Walters in the final, who impressed throughout. Debutant Alexander Merckx was the man for Week 2. With a couple of 170 finishes in the week, he came for a tough field to make Champions Week at the first time of asking. The Bearded Dragon has been playing some of his best darts over the last 12 months, and Justin Smith's win here against Martyn Adams gives him a chance of kicking off 2023 with some major silverware in his hands. Colin Osborne will back the years to win in Week 4. The Bowslinger got past Aaron Monk to book his Champions Week berth. Jamie Kelling won through Week 5. A regular in this competition, he has earned his spot at the top table at the beginning of February. The Gambler became the first player to qualify for both Champions Week so far. Graham Usher playing his cards right, acing James Richardson in the final. Raymond Smith ensures Australian representation at these finals, beating Peter Jakes to become the first non-European to qualify for Champions Week in the 12-week format. Then Adam Warner, an ADC qualifier, won a dramatic final against Alex Moore, walled on by his army of fans. The journalism graduate wrote quite the story, but who will join these great 8 at Champions Week?
Who indeed will? Well, they are the 8 players through so far to what will be the second Champions Week at the MODUS Super Series. Matt, you mentioned Adam Warner in our little chat before there, but who else stood out for you out of the players that won their opening weeks?
Justin Smith, Week 3. He's a guy that has got incredible sort of untapped potential. I think he could go really far in the game, and he's going to be a danger in that. Raymond Smith, though, as well. Something about Smiths, isn't there, at the moment? We've got Michael Smith, Ross Smith, both performing well. We've got Raymond and Justin here. Maybe the trick is call yourself Smith.
Yeah, well, would be a bold move, wouldn't it, to change your name to become a better darts player? Maybe you should do that. But let's see who's in action this week at the Super Series. Week 9 gets underway today, and this is the field for the week. So in Group A, which is getting played today, I think we'll have a look Oh, we haven't actually got the slide for that, so we'll just have to reel off the names. I can tell you later on in the week, Trina Gulliver, the 10-time world champion, is going to play. That's a good coup for the Super Series, but it does have a bit of a seniors feel to it. Peter Manley's going to play the first match against Richie Howson. We've got Martyn Turner, Darren Johnson, Adam Jenkins, and then not in that bracket, the ADC qualifier, Adam Mould.
Yeah, it's a good lineup, really. If we look at the ADC rankings, Adam Mould is number 3. The seniors players that we've got 4 players out of the top 10 in the field, and we've also got Peter Manley.
Yeah, who are you looking forward to seeing? Is it Manley himself?
Manley's got to be the attraction, hasn't he, of this group, really. When you look at what Manley's achieved in the game and his status, it's a rare thing now that we get to see Peter Manley play. We're going to get to see it all week. What we can expect from him, I don't know. Peter Manley doesn't know what we're going to expect from him, but one thing we can expect is some fun when Peter Manley's on the hockey and some eyes watching, because he is the marquee player this week. Yeah,
well, he takes on Richie Howson in the first match, and Henry Deacon caught up with both players a little earlier this morning.
Peter, welcome to the Super Series. First of all, what's it like to be here?
Well, I'm quite excited, actually. I'm a bit nosy as well, which is why I accepted the invite. And I don't think I've ever been up this early in my life before.
Of course, for yourself, you're looking ahead to the World Seniors at the Circus Tavern in February. First of all, how's the game? And secondly, how will this be prepped for it?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm 60 years old, and do I practice every day? Of course I don't. The game's still there, the head's still there, the head still tells me I was the best player in the world, and you're not when you finally start to play. But I'm hoping this week, you know, it might revitalise something. I've watched this Super Series with great intent, and seeing players that start really badly. I'm expecting to start really badly, but then hopefully towards the end of the week thrive, and it may do something with my head to actually force a comeback. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do.
The Peter Manley comeback tour, is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a long way off, but to get ready for the seniors and everything in February, then this is obviously a start. So
we wish you all the best, Peter. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Richie, welcome to the Super Series. 2022 was a very good year for yourself. Are you looking forward to this year?
Yeah, 100%, Emery. I couldn't really fault last year. It was, yeah, everything went right. Had a really good year on the seniors. Had a couple of good performances here at the MODUS. And really looking forward to this year, yeah, definitely.
Last time you were here, it was a bit traumatic. Sorry to bring up the old wounds, but that 9-dart shootout, it was definitely one of our moments of the year, but probably not for yourself.
No, to be fair, I had a lot of people said that I miscounted, but it wasn't. I knew exactly what I was doing, and in hindsight, I probably should have backed myself and gone for the ball in the 25 and got through. But you make a decision on the night, and it was wrong, so but I can live with it. It's okay.
Back here for Series 2. Obviously preparation as well for the Circus Tavern, potentially the World Seniors Championship. How are you going to play this week? Obviously the full week for yourself this time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go up and use it as a good week's practice. I've got county the following weekend against Hampshire up here, so I've got a full week of darts. So I'm just going to use it and try and play as best as I can. It's a very good field this week, so it's going to be tough, but we'll see what happens.
We look forward to watching you play. Richie, good luck.
Thanks, Emery. Thank you.
Well, it is a big day in darts. It's a World Championship semi-final day, so there's no better way to start today's action than with a man who won 3 of those as Peter Manley makes his MODUS Super Series debut. He takes on Richie Howson, who performed well on the Seniors Tour last year and, of course, was involved in that dramatic 9-dart shootout last time he was here. So without further ado, let's get the action underway. I'll hand you over to our commentary team of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to a brand new year here at the MODUS Super Series. And what better way to start 2023 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth than seeing one of the all-time legends of the sport on the hockey. He is here, Peter One Dart Manley, at the Super Series. A man, as Chris rightly mentioned in the intro, winning 3 World Championship semi-finals. We don't mention the finals. The former Las Vegas Desert Classic champion. He takes on Richie Howson, who was one of the stars of the World Seniors Tour in 2022. He made the semi-finals of the World Seniors Masters. He also delighted us at the Circus Tavern before succumbing to an exhibition of finishing against Martin Wolfie Adams. And so we're about to get the action for 2023 underway. And it's a very happy new year to Matthew Edgar. How was your Christmas, Matt?
Brilliant. As always, love a bit of Christmas. I think I started the festive celebrations from about October this year. So I had a good sort of 3-month Christmas period. And now it's back to action and back to the darts. And I'm looking forward to this one. I think this is a really interesting group.
Game on.
And I think at the moment, all eyes are going to be on Manley. What do we get from Manley? I mean, one thing was certain, if we look at what we've seen from him so far in terms of the seniors events, we don't really know. It's been inconsistent. If we listen to what Peter Manley tells us, he doesn't know. It's been inconsistent. And we'll see how it unfolds today. But I think one thing that is going to be for sure in terms of Peter Manley's performance is I think he's going to get better as the week goes, because one thing you do not lose is ability. What you lose is the
55.
Consistency in that ability. And I think as the week goes, he's going to get stronger and stronger.
Having a look at this group this week, are we looking at perhaps Richie Howson, Andy Jenkins, Darren Johnson maybe being the three favourites?
Coming up on the screen.
Richie Howson for sure. I mean, if you look at what Richie Howson achieved at the Seniors Tour last year, it was sort of like a regeneration for Richie Howson. And when I say a regeneration, yes, he didn't hit the big heights of someone such as a Peter Manley in his professional career, but he was a tour card holder. I remember playing Richie Howson in Barnsley in a quarter-final of a Pro Tour event. And he's certainly got that sort of level of ability to reach those latter stages of the Pro Tour. He's held a tour card many times before. So he does have that sort of ability to get up there. He's also reached the UK Open, but he reached it as a seed. Now, how the UK Open system used to work was you used to play a series of qualifiers. I think it was 8 qualifiers in total. And they had like a mini ranking list off of that. The top 32 of that ranking list qualified as seeds for the UK Open. Richie Howson did that back in the old days of Bolton.
Indeed, and obviously the next few weeks are going to be designated weeks courtesy of the World Seniors Tour. We're going to see some legends in action. The next couple of weeks are definitely filled with some legends as well. But as I say, the main attractions this week are going to be Peter Manley, because we've seen him play in the World Seniors, but obviously he's coming here getting ready for the Circus Tavern. And also Trina Gulliver, who we know is going to be playing in the Champion of Champions and the other events as well as the Circus Tavern.
Yeah, and when we look at, again, what is the difference between these players we're talking about, these legends? I mean, Trina Gulliver, 10-time world champion. You know, what is the difference between when they was competing in these world championships compared to what they're doing now? And the difference is consistent play. Peter Manley, we know, does a lot of work away from here. He works in the PDPA, and basically he looks after all the professional dart side of things for the players. It's the players' representation. And, you know, the same will go for other players. He mentioned in his interview he's not practicing every day. Of course, he isn't. I expect the same will be for Trina Gulliver. One of the things that is different for these players is the lack of regular play, which is why we look at who's going to win this week. And you look at this week and you go, well, Andy Jenkins. You go Darren Johnson. You go Richie Howson, because these are the players that are playing regularly. But I think one thing that we can be sure of is the players you're mentioning here, those legends of the game, Manley, Trina Gulliver, they are going to get stronger with reps and consistent play.
Well, just having a couple of technical things that we're just going to sort out. Apologies for the lack of dart. So it gives us the opportunity to talk about the MODUS Super Series as a whole. In our second series in this current incarnation, we moved here to the live lounge in September 2022. And you just get the sense that this year, this product is just going to continue to grow like it did last year.
Definitely. And when we get players such... I'm going back to Peter Manley again, but it's a marquee player this week when you look at what he's achieved in the game. And the fact that it's now a rarity in which we get to see him. We've already seen players like Fallon Sherrock playing in this phase. A lot of the players going to the Alexandra Palace was using this as very good preparation. We saw Leonard Gates here. We saw Raymond Smith. People that was coming here to fine-tune their game, to get those reps and that practice and get those events. Because one of the good things about this, not like normal competition. Competition, you lose, you're out, you go home. Could be first round, you're not playing darts for very long. Here, especially if you're playing the week, you're going to be playing over 20 matches. Hopefully, you'll be playing closer to 30 because you want to go and win that £5,000 prize. But a lot of opportunity to play, a lot of reps, a lot of practice in the room, and also a good opportunity. This is something we probably don't touch on too much, but a good opportunity to get a good read on players and opponents, because you spend a lot of time in the practice room together. I've played in this many times, and one thing I can say about the practice room here is it's not the same as tournament play. Tournament play, it's a little bit more quiet, it's a bit more bitter, it's a bit more I'll keep myself to myself. In here, it's a little bit more boisterous, it's a little bit more bantery, because you don't have that losing go home element, but also you're spending a lot of hours with people. You've got no guests in there, it's just you and the players. And it gets a bit fun in there at times. And I think with the names we've got here, I bet there's going to be quite a bit of fun this week.
We're actually sat next door to the practice room, and I'm sure we're going to hear some interesting conversations between matches for sure. We're just sorting out one or two technical problems. We will get back to the action, fingers crossed, as soon as possible. But we cannot look away from what happened last night. A brilliant evening at the PDC World Championships, and we're paying homage to Gerwyn Price here by having the headphones in. It was one of the most interesting moments in the sport, and possibly a pivotal moment in the history of the sport. Gabriel Clemens, a German, getting through to the semi-finals. People like yourself, people like myself, journalists, pundits, have said for years, the fan base is there in Germany. They just need a player that can show that fan base that they've got one of their own. In Gabriel Clemens, they've got a player that has achieved something which could send shockwaves through the sport.
We can see that in the numbers this morning. We've had a scour around YouTube, haven't we? And we've had a look at the interview numbers for Gabriel Clemens, and he's miles head and shoulders above like a Van Gerwen or a Michael Smith, who are the contenders to win this title. But I say that, and I say that in a way that's almost discrediting Gabriel Clemens, because actually if we talk about Gabriel Clemens' level of performance he has shown at this year's World Championship, he is a contender. He is always up around that 100 average. He's looked so composed. He's looked, I mean, he beat Gerwyn Price 5-1. This was the world number one coming into the event.
Who played well first set as well.
Yeah, and he made it look simple. And that's the thing that's been impressive about Gabriel Clemens, is making it look easy. And can he beat Michael Smith? Of course he can, yeah, absolutely. Especially if Michael Smith starts playing like he did against Bunting yesterday. Could we have a German in the final of the World Championship? Yes, we could.
It was an interesting observation that was made during the coverage last night, that throughout the tournament Smith looked quite serene, and then that game against Bunting, I think possibly we expected him to put a statement performance out. It was a performance where he got over the line, but he had to work hard to get over the line. When you actually look at the levels of each other going into this semi-final, does it set itself up for one of those possible 11-set classics?
Questions, isn't it? That's what we want questions. I think going into yesterday, I didn't think there was questions. I believe we already had the answers. I thought Price wins, Van Gerwen wins, comfortable victories, thanks for coming, see you tomorrow. Where now Gabriel Clemens has changed those questions, which means we need to reconsider the answers. And it's going to be very, very interesting. Michael Smith is going to have to raise it. Now, I say this all the time, in terms of Michael Smith didn't have to raise it yesterday. That was enough. All he's got to do is win that game. What's the point in beating someone with 110 average? You still get the same result. Win the match. That's the most important thing. You never see at the end of a football game, oh, Man City's won 2-0 today, but they only had 47% possession, which isn't really their normal stats. We don't talk about that sort of stuff. It's the result. That's the most important factor. Michael Smith's been getting that, and at times, especially that Joe Cullen game, mightily impressive. But just that little bit of frailty, where when he got that big open lead 4-1, Michael Smith being a great front runner, you expect him to see it out. Bunting was clawing that back. I don't think he's going to have that cushion against Clemens, because Clemens, different. I didn't expect it. I mean, who did? I mean, Gabriel Clemens might have expected it. Maybe Gabriel Clemens' family expected it. Maybe his partner. But who realistically thought, coming into this, Bo Greaves was the player in that section? And I remember putting a tweet out, who gets through that section? And nearly 50% of people out of 3 players went Bo Greaves. And that had William O'Connor in it and Gabriel Clemens. People didn't expect Clemens to get past the first round. Now, people are thinking he can get to the final. What a difference a couple of weeks makes.
And imagine what the viewership's going to be out in Germany tonight. There's been figures floated around 1.5 million for his matches prior to it.
It's going to be the first game on. It's going to be prime time out in Germany, around about 8:30 in the evening. It's going to be on free-to-air terrestrial television out there. This could break records out in Germany, and this could, I mean, we know the fan base is there already. Imagine what could happen with that sort of viewership, and God forbid if he wins, what the viewership would be like for the final.
It could change everything, couldn't it? I mean, you mentioned the audience is there. We know that because we've got the German tour, haven't we, where we've got about 8 European tours going on over in Germany, and they're always sold out. They're always busy. Doesn't matter what part of Germany you are. It's a massive territory. But moving into territories and looking at what we've got in terms of darts and summarising Europe, we saw a movement years ago in Holland, flagship by Raymond van Barneveld. We're now seeing a movement in Germany, originally flagship by Hop. Looks like it's moving over to Clemens to move that one forward. However, Belgium.
Yes.
What a developing territory that is. I've spent quite a bit of time over in Belgium. I have never seen anybody as passionate as darts as people in Belgium, and the amount of miles they're willing to put in just to come and gain that little bit extra experience and do that little bit more. It's going to be the next sort of place. And Dimitri Vandenberg in the other half, in the other semi-final. This is great. This semi-final lineup is fantastic for the future of darts.
Absolutely. Let's talk about that second semi-final. We said before the tournament, Michael van Gerwen was going to be the man to beat. When you look at the numbers everywhere, Dimitri, without disrespect to him, is going to have to probably put in one of the best performances of his career to beat Michael tonight. And that's assuming Michael plays at that same rate, because it just looks as if he can play around that 105 average in his sleep at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the performance of Michael van Gerwen, I've looked at it all along, and I've thought to myself, I know where this is going to end for Michael van Gerwen. It doesn't. I think he wins it.
Interesting. And again, going back to the Belgian point, and you actually look at this World Championship semi-final lineup, it feels like a World Championship semi-final lineup when you look at the nations involved in it. And maybe this championship is the beginning of darts really shifting into that global age. The PT done some great work with the World Series events, the Euro Tour and things like that. And things like this was always going to be a process. They knew that over a period of time. And it looks as if now those structures that have been put in place have paid dividends based on now who's left in the tournament, where they're from, and the viewer numbers. Again, with Belgium, 500,000 people watched Dimitri against Kim. That's a country of 11 million people. That's a huge chunk of the population. So you can just tell this is the globalization of the sport based on this World Championship, and could maybe even grow from that.
When you look at the countries we spoke about, Holland, Germany, Belgium, and obviously the UK, as being those flagship bearers of this sport, there's no surprise that actually it maps out with one player from each nation. Do you know what nation I think is coming up next? The next nation to break through, the next nation to get to this sort of latter stages, without a doubt, for me, is the current World Cup winners, Australia. And I think Damon Heta could be the man to break that barrier.
Indeed, and the tours that are out there are getting better and better. The DPA do a great job out in Australia. We saw Raymond Smith here just before Christmas, and debutants here, sometimes it can be, get used to the system, but he got there straight from there. Him and Ben Robb were probably the two best players that week. So the systems are there out in that part of the world, and hopefully as 2023 goes on, now the restrictions out in Australia and New Zealand have been lifted, we can get more of them players coming in, and America is a growing territory, and Africa as well cannot be underestimated. Devon Peterson and the people out there are doing some fantastic work. So if this is Europe really coming to the fore now, what could it be like in a decade, as you say, with people like Heta coming to the fore?
I think with these countries, one thing that we're seeing is when these development territories get in the investment and they get the time, it takes time for them to produce. Yes, they start to produce players that can compete, like we saw from Australia over the years, like we've seen from Germany over the years, and like we're now seeing from America, people like Daniel Baggish, Leonard Gates, people that can come and compete on the professional tour, but we're not seeing that elite level player yet. Now we're starting to see that from these countries that have had this development for around about the 8 to 10 year mark. Australia is now hitting that mark. We're getting that competitive with Damon Heta, who's looking to go beyond what I think Simon Whitlock achieved when, obviously he made the final. But I think if we're looking at someone who could win a world title, I think Damon Heta's probably the most likely option. Or Corey Cadby. See that he's going to European Q School this year. You have bags of potential in that guy.
So with Germany, obviously they've had a lot of Euro Tour events and things like that, so they've had a lot of exposure to darts. Does the long-term planning now have to be looking at territories like Australia and putting more events on out there? I know there's logistical hurdles that they'd have to come through. The players are based in either the UK and Europe. Totally understandable, and which is why they have the World Series event in a cluster over a couple of weeks in Australia. Is the next step, if those territories are showing the same promise as Germany, is saying, well, if we're a global sport, then surely maybe we put an event out there, maybe not one of the flagship major events, but maybe just test the waters somewhere.
Remember many years ago, they used to do an event called the US Open. It was basically the UK Open in America. And maybe we look at something very similar to that, but I think maybe look further down the rankings. Look at the top 64. Can we take the top 64 players in the world out there? Can we put our top 64 in an event against theirs and have a sort of an American side and a UK or a PDC side where we have a UK Open style 1-2-8 event crossing over pool 1, pool 2? Certainly if they could get the broadcasting out there, that could be the way forward with this. But I think that would probably be the best way for it, because at the moment, we do it the very harsh way. We say, we're going to get the world's best players. We're going to get all the major winners, all the big marquee players in the world, and we're going to come over here and we're just going to wipe out your best players. Because that's what happens, basically. We're not giving you a chance. We're not putting you up against the professional standard. For me, the professional standard is those players around the world 60. That's the standard. That's the middle base of the tour. But what we do is we take number 1, 2, 3, 4, and go on, then beat the world's best. And we chuck them under the bus. And then we go, right, we'll film that. We'll put that on TV. Oh, you're not good enough to compete with the world's best. But realistically, are they meant to be beating Van Gerwen right now? What they should be doing is trying to beat those players 64 to 32. Because that is where these players probably are pitching more realistically than world number 1.
Well, what we're going to do now, apologies for the break in darts here. We're going to have a quick chat with the players that are going to be taking part in match 2 of our day. I caught up with both Martyn Turner and Darren Johnson earlier on this morning. First of all, let's hear from Martyn and see what he thinks about this week. Martyn, welcome to the Super Series, the beginning of 2023 for yourself. Looking forward to it?
Oh, absolutely. No better way to start the year for me. Brilliant venue, love the format and everything. Superb, yeah. Best way to start a year.
And of course, a really, really good field this week. Some legends of the game as well. So great opportunity for you in front of the cameras to play some of the greats of the game.
Yeah, well, I've played them all over years anyway. I've travelled, not actually achieved a lot, but I've always travelled. And yeah, it's always nice to play these guys. Don't know what standard a lot of them are playing to at the moment, but no doubt we'll find out.
Obviously, it's one of the designated World Seniors Weeks this week. You've been a big part of that tour in 2022. Yeah. What's that done for you and your game?
Well, to be honest, if the seniors hadn't come about, I don't think I'd be playing now. I've got to a certain age where I've travelled a lot and had enough. Seniors came along, sounded a great idea, loved it, absolutely love it. All characters back out again. Yeah, I wouldn't be playing now if it hadn't been for that. It's certainly got interest going again.
We wish you well this week. Good luck, Martyn.
Thank you very much, Henry. Cheers.
Darren, welcome back. Second time here. Looking forward to it?
I am, yeah, definitely, yeah.
First time you were here, it was at times a bit of a struggle, but you managed to find your way in the end.
I've not shown anything yet, but I was just trying to get used to the surroundings. It's an early morning start. Everything's a little bit different, but I think I know all about it now.
Won on the WDF Tour in 2022, so you did have some success away from the Super Series. How much are you going to try and draw on that here this week?
Not all. Every day is a different day to me. What's gone on in the past is history. Every day is a new start.
Obviously 5 days here, obviously the 3 days with Group A, obviously every player wants to get through to the Saturday night, but you're going to take the week as it goes and the opportunity to, over these days, to get that match practice in.
No, I'm just going to try and blast it from day one.
I absolutely love that attitude, Darren. Good luck.
Thank you.
So, and those are thoughts of the two players. Again, apologies for the lack of live darts at the minute. We were hoping to get the players back out and underway very shortly indeed. Matthew Edgar, alongside myself, Henry Deacon, here in the commentary box at the MODUS Super Series. And this week, very much a World Seniors flavour. Looking forward to year two. I know you're going to be working on a lot of the events in a broadcast capacity in 2023. Let's begin by talking about the Circus Tavern. Won last year by Robert Thornton, the first ever World Seniors champion. The field's gone up from 24 to 32 this year, and you just get the sense as well with the added qualifiers in and players haven't had a year under their belts in the Seniors Tour that perhaps put the darts away, thought they'd never get them out again. You get the sense the standard's going to be really good.
The quality as well, when we look at the players that are coming into this, either through the invitations or through the ranking system, the quality is increasing. Now, last year, we did have some games, didn't we? There were some games that we just look at and go, I'm not sure. Where this year we're going, I'm not sure because I don't know who's going to win. Last year, I would say there's probably, 3 potential winners? And obviously we didn't know what was going to happen with Phil Taylor. Now this year, 8, 10 potential winners? We might be seeing one of those potential winners this week. You just spoke to Darren Johnson, who wants to blast it from the start. And you're saying about playing competitions and getting reps, but during that interview, I was just having a little look at the things. He's top of the rankings at the moment in terms of the World Seniors Darts Tour. He's won a WDF event. He's quite high in the WDF rankings as well. This is a guy who's put in miles, and it's kind of paying dividends in the results he's getting at the moment because he's winning. And that gives him that confidence to come here and tell you, which, by the way, well done for getting up on stage very quickly and getting back here. That was super fast.
Oh, I know what I'm doing, Matt. Working off the Christmas turkey, I was.
At least you didn't fall down the stairs this time.
Shall we get back to darts?
A little bit of a Christmas party in joke there.
Fantastic. Right. So let's have a look at the fixtures then for today. Manley v Howson will get back underway very shortly. Then we're going to see Turner against Johnson. Then Adam Mould, the ADC qualifier, in there as well. So that is what we're looking forward to today. I think we're going to take a little bit of an interlude. Please do stick with us and we'll be back with you at the Super Series very shortly. Hello everyone and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Apologies about the slight delay due to a technical problem, but we are now back up and running, and we continue with game one of the day, which sees Richie Howson take on Peter One Dart Manley. Before we left you, we were in the opening throws of the match. It's Richie Howson who has a 110-point lead in the leg, 2-6-6 plays 3-7-6. The players are having some practice darts up on the stage before we get back underway. Henry D can hear you in the commentary box alongside Matthew Edgar for all of the action today here at the MODUS Super Series. And Matt, let's start again. Take two.
Well, we know Peter Manley is the master of the mind games, and he's employed a couple of strategies over the past, hasn't he? And one of them was he used to like to delay and stall a game. I think 50 minutes to win the opening leg might be a new record even for Peter Manley.
And of course, this game was due to get started a little while ago. Obviously, technical issues have put play to that. Apologies about that. But what we do have, though, is 15 games. You're really going to capture the imagination and just...
Game to recommence. Peter throwing first. Game on.
And we are back underway. 3-7-6. The score for Peter Manley.
41.
Mind you, I've never heard that call before by Paul Hinks. Game to recommence.
59.
That's a new one.
He's had a few, hasn't he? We had the 127 in game. Now game to recommence after 53 minutes.
85.
Now closing in on the opening leg of 2023. That being said, though, this has been the best leg of 2023 in the MODUS Super Series. Let's hope leg 2 is a little bit smoother.
The quickest leg of the year so far as well.
137.
I don't think that record's going to last too long. Fair play Richie Howson, though, because this has been very disturbed.
60.
Richie
Richie
Howson's on for a
70.
potential sub-15 dart leg breaker throw. That is experience for you.
Game
Well, it's
shot
the
on the
longest
first leg.
14 darts
Richie
you may
Howson.
perhaps ever see in the history of darts. And Richie Howson gets 2023 underway here at the MODUS Super Series, a man that many people are tipping to go on and win this week of legends.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
You actually look at the betting, he's second favourite. He's 11-4 to go on and win week 9. Him and Andy Jenkins,
41.
the two favourites to progress through Group A. If you're new to us here at the MODUS Super Series, welcome to you. We're playing over 6 days
24.
this week. Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday is Group A, where these 6 players will take part in matches, 15 of them in total. The winner will get the first spot into a 6-man finals night on Saturday evening. Second and third will go into Group B, where they'll be joined by
140.
3 more players. In the bottom 3 will be joined by 3 more players in Group C. That takes place on Thursday and Friday mornings. 3 players from Group B, 2 players from Group C will fill up the 6 spots into the finals night on Saturday. The winner of that will go through to Champions League, which is played in the 13th week of every single cycle. In our second cycle here at the MODUS Super Series, we've got 8 players already through
140.
to the Champions Week finals. They're Jim McEwen, Alexander Merckx, Justin Smith, Colin Osborne, Jamie Kelling, Graham Usher, Raymond Smith and Adam
55.
Warner.
On a moment, that was just before Christmas. I was here with Glenn Durrant that week. Adam Warner winning that, and what a story. The biggest outsider coming through and winning it.
60.
And the style in which he did so. Really did enjoy that week. Richie Howson looking like he's going to enjoy this week. 14
45.
darts
Richie
to
O'Connor,
open.
120.
Follow that up with a 15. If he can go all the way up the 20s. People say that's the easy bit.
Game shot
But
on the
Richie
second
Howson
leg.
makes them all
Richie
look like the
Howson.
easy bit. A 120 finish, 100% on the finishing. Considering the delays that came in this game, Richie Howson has responded to
Third leg,
this
Peter to throw first. Game
incredibly.
on.
Now, because of the delays, one of the things that you're going to miss out on today is, 1, getting to see my face, which some
30.
people might say...
I was going to say, we're not missing out, Matt.
Some people might be happy with that they don't get to see my amazing jumper today, but what that does mean is it means Chris Murphy's not going to have the opportunity to ask me for Edgar's top
91.
tips today. So maybe you could take the role of Chris Murphy for a second and ask Edgar what Edgar's top tips are.
Edgar, what's Edgar's top tips?
Oh, well, seeing that you asked.
140.
I'll go for Andy Jenkins today to beat Adam Mould. That is game number 3. Also, Darren Johnson to get a victory over Adam Mould. That's 8-15, 8-11.
Check
Martyn
100.
Turner to get a victory over Peter Manley. That'll be one of your last games of the day. And Darren Johnson to beat Peter Manley as well.
43.
That Edgar's top tips brings you in around about the 5-1 mark, just a touch over. So 4 selections today for Edgar's top tips.
There we go.
60.
If you did join us before Christmas, you'll know Edgar's top tips did have quite a nice strike rate, actually. Much better than
80.
Glenn Durrant's. And better than when you did yours on, was it Henry's highlights?
Yeah, I may have got 0 for 4 on that. It was like that reference of Only Fools and Horses. Del Boy's always tipped to make the
140.
top one day, but then he also said Millwall will win the cup.
I thought you was describing your new show, which is Only Fools. Should be Only Falls. Only
78.
Falls down the
Richie
stairs.
McCarr,
110 for
110.
Richie Howson. Took out a 120 in the last leg. Yet to miss a dart at the double. His experience in this format.
78.
Could be
Peter
making it pay here. Peter Manley on
130.
debut. There's not many things Peter Manley is debuting in these days. He's pretty much played in everything there is to play in darts.
65. Richie McCarr,
He is
32.
showing signs of age, now 60 years old. We're about to be 3-0 down.
Game shot on the third leg.
Richie Howson. When we look at careers, Richie Howson had an okay career. He reached, obviously, the heights of the Pro Tour. He did quite well in some of them. I did mention earlier on that run when he qualified for the
Richie to
UK
throw
Open as one of the
first. Game
seeds,
on.
which was quite an achievement. That used to be something that the players wanted to do, especially players that was outside that top 32. We used to call it Jeans Day, because what used to happen is they used to have a Thursday at the UK
100.
Open where round 1 and 2 used to happen. Round 3, when the seeds came in on the Friday. Now, what we always used to want to be on that Friday because we
40.
loved the environment of going in on the Thursday afternoon in your jeans, not in your playing attire and your trousers, so you could walk around the venue watching everybody else having to play round 1 and 2, knowing you're already in the draw. That was
100.
sort of the dream for everyone sort of in that middle ranking of the tour at the time. Richie Howson got that. He got into the top 32. So I remember he beat me in a quarter-final of
43.
a Pro Tour. So he did reach the latter stages. But it's fair to say that with Richie Howson, his best years seem to be ahead of him on the seniors tour. It seems to have really brought out a new level in him.
100.
And we've seen him have good runs in these TV events. I think he could go and win one of these titles.
And talk about winning TV titles. He's one of the
60.
favourites to win it this week, as we mentioned earlier on in this game. And he looks set fair now to complete a 4-0 thumping victory over Peter Manley on his debut in the competition.
95.
Averaging 98 is the Owl and 106 points away from victory.
42. Richie McCarr, 106.
Polished performance from Richie Howson. Can you see it off in style? He's got plenty of time. Time is not an issue for Richie Howson.
Game shot in the
But
match.
that
Richie
is
Howson.
game over for Richie Howson. 106 and 120 finish in the longest game so far of 2023. It's the longest game you'll ever see with a 4-0 scoreline, especially when the man who wins averages 98. That was a quality performance from Richie Howson. That is why he is one of the favourites to win this week. Coming up next, we've got Martyn Turner taking on Darren Johnson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Apologies for the delays we suffered this morning. A few gremlins in the system as we moved into a new year, but still Series 2 here at the Super Series. And the start of Week 9 has seen Richie Howson land a whitewash win over Peter Manley on his debut. Not a happy day for Peter Manley, not a happy start to his day. And Richie Howson 38 points higher in the averages. They call Peter Manley one dart. Well, he didn't get one dart at a double in that match, so he will have to improve. Good stuff from Howson, though, to start. He wins 4-0 and lays down a bit of a marker as a player to watch this week, because that is a standard that is certainly group winning form. Right, the next two players in the group, then it's an all-Yorkshire affair between Martyn Turner and Darren Johnson. The pair of them actually have already played in this series and are back for a second chance. Turner of York takes on Darren Johnson of Mexborough in this White Rose battle. Both players have had PDC Tour cards before. In fact, Darren Johnson himself has reached a professional PDC final before, losing out to Simon Whitlock on the Pro Tour. As for Turner, well, he had a card for a pretty decent amount of years, but is looking to kind of rejuvenate his career as a seniors player. So Darren Johnson and Martyn Turner both trying to build up for the World Seniors. There is another event, another chance to qualify for the tournament. Of course, Peter Manley will be there. We saw, of course, Richie Howson do fantastic stuff at the Circus Tavern. And if you want to go to the World Seniors Championships, tickets are available via dartshop.tv. That's the same place that you can get tickets to be here on Saturday night. Yeah, once again, we open our doors on Saturday evenings for finals night. So dartshop.tv, the place to go. We're based in Portsmouth here at the Live Lounge, and if you want to come along and enjoy the Super Series up close and personal, then you can do so. The best thing about it, of course, is it is absolutely free. But here at the Super Series today, we're going to move into the second of our 3 matches. Peter Manley beaten by Richie Howson in the first. Andy Jenkins and Adam Mould come up in the third. And in just a couple of moments' time, Martyn Turner is going to take on Darren Johnson. This is the MODUS Super Series.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Great memories from Series 1, of course, when Conan Whitehead picked up the £20,000. It's £5,000 for the winner of each week. That's what they're all battling it out for this week at the Super Series, and we are ready to get our second match underway. So I'll hand you back to our commentary team of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Cheers, Chris. Thank you very much. Game 2 of 2023. About to get underway as we see Darren Johnson take on Martyn Turner. We're having a chat during the break, Matt, and it's quite hard to prize these two apart. You look at the WDF rankings and you look at the World Seniors Tour. They're quite leveled in terms of games, in terms of rankings, and just overall.
Yes, and when you look at the careers and what they've done, I would say that everything we're seeing at the moment in terms of the rankings and the averages, they all just lead towards Darren Johnson being slightly the better player, which
First
is
leg is
what
Martyn to throw first.
sort of their careers have been as well. They travel a lot together and both on the same sort of area. And the general vibe is Darren Johnson just has a little bit more. But in a one-off game like this, in a first of 4 match where Martyn Turner's got the throw, you wouldn't want to be getting too heavily involved in this one.
So Darren Johnson back for his second appearance here at the Super Series. Now, because he played in his previous week on a
43.
Thursday and Friday morning session, he was given the opportunity to play again throughout the duration of the week. That fares things up, squares things up in terms of his way of qualifying through to Champions, or at least that would be the aim for all the players on show here. He might be showing us the first max of the year.
That was the best max of the year, really, wasn't it? Opening max there goes to Darren Johnson.
100.
I remember Darren Johnson a few years ago, actually. He turned up to a European tour and didn't have his darts. And he goes, oh, I can throw anything. I believe he played with possibly a set of Simon
100.
Whitlocks. And looking at the darts he's got there, there's quite a unique barrel. There seems to be lots of different types of grips on them. We'll have a look at those again in a
55.
second. Yeah, they seem quite funky in the design, don't they? There seems to be some sort of ring grip on the front. Then we've got these sort of dots in the middle. Yeah, they're an interesting design. I want to have a closer look at those, I think.
We'll discuss that a bit more in the next leg. Johnson finds himself on 93 after 12 against the darts in the opening leg. Round for 14s. Goes into the treble 11. Turner will come back for this
61.
110 two-hole throw.
110.
And what we call the par range here at the Super Series between 12 and 18. He's found the treble and he's found the double 15, and Martyn Turner takes the opening leg of this one. Darren Johnson, who dominated the scoring phase in the first leg.
Second leg, Darren to throw first. Game on.
And Darren Johnson just had to wait for the call of game on. Between legs, there is just a little interval, if you're new to us here at the Super Series, before we get game on in the next.
45.
Johnson trying to jump the gun. But let's talk about those darts of his, Matt, because it's interesting, because it's almost as if there's two
48.
different grip points in there. What do you think that could possibly be down to?
I think it's a reference point for fingers and for grips to get that consistency in it. Now, what we see a lot of the time is people get things like a scallop
26.
put in the dart. Now, what that does is that changes the flight of the dart and the pattern of it in the air. When you change something such as a grip, it gives you that reference point without changing the
36.
functionality of the dart. I think that's what he's done here in terms of mixing up the grips. Certainly would be working for him, though, if we're looking at his record. I'm just seeing that WDF title that he won was actually quite
45.
recent. It was the Northern Ireland Men's Open. Beat Nick Kenny in the final of that one. Now, these events are often attended by hundreds of players.
140.
When we say probably about 300-400 players entered that one, and he came through that field to get that title, and that's why he's in that position for
90.
a lakeside position, as is Martyn Turner, which might be why both of them are probably weighing up the Q School option of thinking,
95.
well, got the seniors now, we've got the Super Series, got the ADC, we've got the WDF. That's in such a healthy position.
44.
Maybe it's time to miss the Q School for a year. Q School does get under action next week.
130.
Martyn Turner there, trying to leave himself to 32. We have seen in the past players hit the 180 to leave the double one. Very rare thing. Normally it's just to get the call going when your opponent's on a finish.
Getting shot on the second leg, Martyn Turner.
Martyn Turner doubles his lead. With not much resistance at the moment from Darren Johnson. One thing we can say about Darren Johnson is he's going to get better as this day goes, but
third leg, Martyn to throw
he's
first.
going to need to get
Game
better
on.
very quickly if he is going to get in this one, because Martyn Turner has quality.
97.
And perhaps we maybe missed out Martyn Turner in the list of runners and riders this week. As we say, very much an active player on tour, playing well on
85.
tour. And maybe you just get the sense in this group, the consistent player may well be the one that gets through, because I think there's the possibility where you're going to see a lot of players have peaks and troughs this week.
Martyn Turner been around a long time as well. I'm just casting my eye to the
45.
calendar there and thinking, wow, do I feel old here, because it's 2023 now. I first came across Martyn Turner in 2011. We played in the
59.
third round of the UK Open in an absolute cracking game. I wish they did averages. I wish they did averages back then, because we'd have both been sort of mid-95s up.
36.
And came through that one, and I sort of kept an eye on Martyn Turner after that, because it was the first time I came across him. And you tend to do that as a player. You tend to keep an eye on the players that you play or you have good games with to see how their careers map out as well. And I was quite surprised that it hasn't really happened for Martyn, but certainly when we look at the opportunities that are there, he is taking them, and he is taking his opportunity here at the Super Series.
100. Martyn, you acquire 80.
And looks set to be taking a 3-0 lead. He's got 6 on this 80. Top's got the luxury of time.
60.
Dips below, so we'll return for double 10. Johnson, who dominated the scoring phase of the first leg, has just gone missing a little bit in the second and the subsequent third. Turner returning for double 10 for a 3-0 lead and a 16-dart leg. This is steady stuff. 88 average, 110 finish, 3 out of 4 on the doubles. Work to do here for the Yorkshireman Darren Johnson.
Comfortable, confident, and quality. That's what we're seeing at the moment from Martyn Turner. The
56.
complete opposite from Darren Johnson. He's looking rattled already. Despite that 180, 13 points down in the averages.
58.
But when you've not had that sort of level of success, especially on like the TV stages, this now becomes hard.
97.
Getting that winning leg, getting that leg that gets you over the line, getting those points. Now, if you can get it, that will become easier as the week goes, because you're just getting a rhythm, you're getting a vibe, you're getting a flow. On the same aspect, you can also do that when you start losing and playing bad, which is alarm bells already for Peter Manley, who lost the opening game 4-0 with very little of a fight.
133.
Now one of them leaves himself on the fish for the match.
$96.
This would be some way to complete what will be back-to-back 4-0 victories in our first 2 games of the day. It's not going to happen this time. Johnson
98.
back on 112.
112.
You get the sense of the way Turner's playing and Turner's finishing. He's probably going to have to take this out. Treble to left in double 16, and so Turner returns to 72
100.
to complete a 4-0 victory. An impressive performance, averaging 92. Another one of them. Gives himself 1 dart at
52.
tops of the win, but it just
12.
drags below.
No score. Martyn, you acquire 20.
He nearly fell over the carpet, and he fell that one low into the 10s. So Martyn's coming along to fix that one for us, and he can fix this leg up. Double 10. Up to the 5s for the match, and he's also
no score.
Dropped that one low. Decides to bust. I think that's the right play in that situation. Darren Johnson to keep this one alive. That is awkward.
No score.
Didn't fancy that
Martyn,
one. It was just sort of kept
20.
across. No, don't fancy that Martyn Turner is going to pass up this opportunity.
Game shot in the match.
Finishing has sort of been the order of the day. 44% there for Martyn Turner. Our third checkout over 100, 110 in that one for Martyn Turner. And another thing that is becoming a bit of a pattern is these score lines. A 4-0 victory there over Darren Johnson. What will come in our next game? Andy Jenkins, one of the favourites to win this week, taking on Adam Mould, who is coming into this representing the ADC.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series. 2 whitewash wins so far today. 4-0 for Richie Howson over Peter Manley, and then 4-0 for Martyn Turner against Darren Johnson in an all-Yorkshire affair. The York man coming out on top with a whitewash win. Game 3 features a favourite to win this group, Andy Jenkins, former world semi-finalist, against the ADC qualifier for this week, Adam Mould, hoping to take inspiration from Adam Warner, who won as the ADC qualifier before Christmas. Let's hear from both men now, talking to Henry.
Andy, welcome back to the Super Series. Another year and another chance for you to get through to Champions Week.
Yeah, obviously, it's good to be back, and yeah, another year.
Looking forward to it?
At this present moment, no, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
How is the game? Obviously, we saw you a couple of weeks ago, but how's the form guide been?
Yeah, I've been playing a few tournaments over Christmas, obviously with Simon and a few of the other, Aaron Monk and that, and it's been going all right. I haven't won nothing. Chaz beat me a couple of times, but it's going okay.
This is one of the designated World Seniors Weeks. I know you've been playing a lot of the Open events, a lot of the Tour events. What's that done for you and your game?
Yeah, it's kept me probably a bit alive, you know, sharp as well. Obviously, Darren's quite high up, and I think I'm number 4 in it, so, you know, hopefully it goes well for that as well.
And, of course, a lot of them involved in this week. You looking forward to playing those legends of the game?
Well, obviously, yeah, beating them this time, you know what I mean? Obviously, I owe Peter a few over the years, but let's see how Peter does up here today.
Well, we look forward to watching you play, Andy. Good luck.
Cheers, thanks.
Adam, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. What's it like to be here?
Fantastic. I can't wait to get going.
Of course, you're here as part of the ADC. I know you take part in a lot of events, run a lot of events in the ADC system. What's that done for you?
It's given me time to play competitive darts as much as possible. Competitions, you get to play 5-6 games a day rather than 1 or 2 maximum. So competitive darts all the time.
Obviously, different challenge today. The cameras are here, the lights are here. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, can't wait. Can't wait. It's new. It's definitely new. So let's see how it goes.
And of course, some legends of the game in that back room as well. I suppose you'll be looking to get a couple of results against them.
Yeah, it's nice to be the youngest player, I think, for once. There's a lot of youngsters around in darts these days, so it's nice to be the younger one.
I wish you all the best today, Adam. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a field of seniors players this week. Adam Mould, the joker in the pack, as the ADC qualifier. Andy Jenkins, well, it was 16 years ago that he played in a World Championship semi-final. Rocky back on the hockey here at the Super Series and looking to live up to his billing as a favourite to top the group. I will rejoin Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon. And I guess what? I will ask you, Matt, what is Edgar's top tip for this one?
Thank you, Chris. Edgar's top tip is actually in my 4 predictions I gave you earlier, which was around about that 5-1 mark. I'm going with Andy Jenkins for this. I think there's some value here, 8-15 against Adam Mould. If we look at what Adam Mould's doing at the moment, for me, I find it really hard to get a range on Adam Mould. He runs around about the 75 sort of average mark. We've seen some incredible darts this year from Adam Mould. When he's going up against those more established players, we've seen him up at 98, 96, 97, but I've also seen averages where we've got him down around the high 50s and the low 60s. That's not going to cut it against Andy Jenkins. He is going to need to be up towards that top end. Andy Jenkins, when we're talking about players that are playing consistently and regularly, he won a challenge tour last season, the 2022 season. I say last season, with literally a couple of days into this one. Andy Jenkins, a Challenge Tour winner. That gave him some Pro Tour call-ups as well. He can still throw some very dangerous darts, and he's got the advantage of throw. However,
125.
Showing no signs of nerves there in that one. One thing we know about Jenkins, though, is if you want to know how he's feeling, just ask him. Because you asked if he was looking forward to this, his recent reaction was no. I mean, one thing we do know, though, because we are sat next to the players in terms of the practice and the commentary box location, he said he wants to get stuck into Peter Manley. He wants to get stuck into this group. There is one voice we are hearing at the moment. That is Andy Jenkins.
125.
And you just get the sense at the minute with Andy. Everything in terms of his playing career just feels right for him. He gets a right balance, a right mix. Plays the
83.
Challenge Tour. Plays in this. Playing World Seniors. You just get the sense that at the minute the blend is working for him.
97.
Yeah, there comes to a time in your career where you don't want to go around chasing ranking points here, there and everywhere, going around Europe, putting in... sitting in airports and living out of a suitcase does take its toll on you over time. I can certainly vouch for that. And when you find that bit you're happy with, which kind of where Andy is at the moment, I think he just found that happiness within the game, and you come at peace with what you're doing. He certainly loves the game. He says he's going around playing the local opens and these events, something that Adam runs. I'll be hoping to be running in the legs column in the opening leg.
And you require 96.
Well, he's got off to a blistering start. He's had a dart at the double already, but can Jenkins snatch it at the line? He's going to get one dart at double 8 to do exactly that and to take the lead.
Andy Jenkins.
A promising start in the scoring phase at Adam Mould. Missed the dart at double 7, and Andy Jenkins mops up. Jenks is back at the hockey, and he finds himself in front.
Game on.
You said that there. Promising start for Adam. You've got to look at that and feel like that got away. He's got to look at the positives that he had there. That was a really good opening leg there from Adam Mould. He was ready to strike should the opportunity arise itself. And actually, one dart at the double for the 96 is something you don't always expect to go. So you can certainly have a lot of hope in that one. I'm just looking at what his next game is as well. That is Peter Manley, who we've seen already throw that 60 average in the opening game. So there's opportunities here for Adam Mould early on to get some points if he can keep this sort of going. I'm quite happy with what I'm seeing in the early stages here. I like the pace and the snap and the movement of the arm.
85.
Got a nice big flight on the back, which when you've got a nice fast pacey arm movement like he's got, you need that stability at the back of the dart. I'm quite happy with what I see. I can see why the guy hits some averages up around the 98 mark. He's number 3 on the ADC rankings.
130.
Been very, very active in his play. If there's one thing I'd do, I'd change that shirt though. I'd go for a green one. I'd go full on for the Mould. If it's going to be called Mouldy, you've got to have you've got to go for a green shirt.
Adam your car 142.
Well, that's not going to go, and if Jenkins can take this 106 out, he will break the mould.
82. Adam your car 106.
I think your jokes are getting a bit mouldy as well.
98. Adam your car 60.
Opportunity. You had a dart at the double in the opening leg. That was double 7. Missed that one. Oh, 20. That was in. That was in.
8.
Opportunity presents itself for Andy Jenkins in unlikely circumstances.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Jenkins
punishes. And for Adam Mould, he's had darts to win each of the opening 2 legs of this game. Hasn't taken advantage of it. Jenkins duly has. And I suppose the difference that is compared to a lot of local competitions where perhaps those mistakes wouldn't be punished, here at the Super Series, you miss the odd dart at double, 58. You will be punished.
Yeah, when we saw that video when Chris Murphy was up on the balcony, it says international players.
80.
That's what this is. This is international players playing an international standard. And that is international standard. You don't get
99.
Repeat visits back to the doubles. That is the difference between the levels. But with that in mind, we've also got to say it was harsh because he did get the point of the... If this was soft tip, that would have counted. Because in soft tip, the dart doesn't have to stay in. You just have to hit the target. That would have been game shot for Adam Mould. As Andy Jenkins fires in the first maximum of this match and his first of 2023. First of many, I'm sure. But
93. Andy O'Carr 164.
The dart has to actually stay in the board, and it was an unfortunate moment for Adam, and he ended up getting his throw broken off the back of it.
100.
And can find himself 3-0 down, averaging 87. Which would have given him more than a squeak in the opening 2 games of the day. But as we have it, Andy Jenkins is Taking advantage of the missed doubles,
32.
but playing good stuff of
Andy
his own.
97.
Or are we going to see a reverse deja vu here? Jenkins controlling the scoring stage of the leg. Mould was looking for the opportunity to finish. He won't do on this occasion, and so Jenkins will come back for the double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Jenkins.
Yeah, just rounding back as well there, just to pick up on something I've picked up on before, because it's one of those things that sort of bug me from my history of coaching. When people would say, oh, that's unlucky.
I got him to throw
because
first.
when someone had missed 3 darts at a double, that's not unlucky, it's a missed opportunity. Or when you, I've missed a dart at the double for the game, that's not unlucky again, that's a missed opportunity. It's a miss, a poor throw, whatever we call it. It's not unlucky. Unlucky is what happened to Adam there, where it sort of goes 100. In, and doesn't penetrate and comes back out again. Because we used to get it all the time when I was coaching football. Like someone gets through on goal and then miss it, and we'll go, oh, unlucky. No, unlucky is the tree 95. Falling over as he's took the shot, the ball bouncing off the tree, and it go, that's unlucky. Missing the goal, that's bad practice. It's poor technique. It's something.
78.
And that was in game number 3 already, we've had the definition of unlucky. And when it's to hold your throw as well.
100.
Certainly seen enough from Adam, though, to know that he's not going to be here for the taking. He's here to compete. You know, he's averaging
16.
nearly 90, 6 scores of a ton. Could be very competitive in this group, and we're going to see plenty of him. We'll see him all week.
60.
We spoke more earlier on this morning before going on air about the odds in this group, and the bookmakers didn't know how to price Adam, and maybe they price it up fair here, because even though he is behind in this match, he's showing signs of real competitiveness, which will give him more than enough chance against the rest of the field. There's 153 to get his first leg on the board at the Super Series.
Andy O'Carr, 126.
Another one of them. The bullseye for the match for Jenkins.
85. Adam O'Carr, 36.
Doesn't go, and so Mould gets his first bona fide opportunity with 3 in hand, and he takes full advantage. But Jenkins now has the darts to seal a 4-1 victory.
Yeah, I'm liking what I see here with Adam.
Fifth leg, Andy did throw
Looking
first.
good. He could certainly be a threat moving forward today, and you certainly won't want to be getting involved if the plan was to back against him throughout the
100.
day. It's something that was in Edgar's top tip, actually. I took Darren Johnson to beat him later on, but you take a look at these averages,
30.
he's around about the 90 mark. Andy Jenkins averaging about 86. That's what we expect to see from Andy Jenkins throughout the entire week.
59.
And he'll live there. When I spoke about Adam Mould, I said the worry I had was he's up at the 98s and down at the 60s. We call that the range of performance.
44.
Now, if that levels off somewhere around about the 75 to 80 mark, you'd rather have someone who just hits 80 all the time, because
96.
that is what makes the different levels. I would say international levels, professional levels. The difference is the ability to consistently repeat
60.
that performance.
And also this has been the key factor in the game. 3 out of 9 for Jenkins. He's by and large taking the opportunities he's got. Mould has missed the odd dart at double to win legs here and there, and that is where this game could have ultimately have changed.
100. Andy O'Carr, 147.
Jenkins now has 6 darts from 147 to see the game out.
40 scored,
Going to take something
60.
big here from Adam. Probably going to need 2 trebles if Andy Jenkins is going to make any note or show any concern.
60.
That gives Andy Jenkins 6 starts at 87 to land the first Edgar's top tip of 2023.
39.
48 upon his return. Mould can only lead 207 after 15.
134. Andy O'Carr,
But his 48's under pressure now. 2 darts in his hand at double 16. Now up for double 8.
40.
2 match darts have come and gone for Rocky. And so can Adam Mould keep himself in this game? He's only going to get one dart at double 18 to do so.
55.
He wasn't far away, but that's been the story of his game as Jenkins looks to close out.
No score.
They're free, well-thrown darts. They just didn't find the target.
He's stuttering to the line here, isn't he? From 147, he's had 12 darts. He hasn't been able to do it, but he's going to get more.
And you require 8.
Down for double 2.
4.
And another opportunity presents itself for Adam Mould.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He was licking his lips going up to that one and be very happy to get another leg on the board. One of the things with this is a group phase. You start losing heavy early on, you can very quickly become detached.
First. Game on.
Legs is the secondary factor. Deciding positions. You do not want to be losing heavy early, and Adam Mould has certainly resisted against that one. Might be resisting against the points as well. Because Andy Jenkins had plenty of opportunities there.
45.
15 darts. From 147, he wasn't able to get over the line.
He's missed 8 darts for the
100.
match. And suddenly we're seeing the tungsten tide change.
70.
Missed 8 for the match. Is he going to get more? Because actually, Adam has now got the bit between his teeth. He is licking his lips.
41.
A healthy lead in this leg. Andy Jenkins will have the advantage of throwing the last leg. There's no bull up at any point. There's only one match the whole week that there's a bull up, and that is the final. Everything else is predetermined. Everyone gets a fair crack at throwing first.
60.
Tomorrow this game will be flipped the other way. Adam will throw first. And then the other positions are earned through winning groups.
43.
Just interesting watching Adam.
160.
The last time he was at the hockey, he senses an opportunity. It's almost as if he's talking to himself mid-throw. Now one of them would have left tops. And he would have been shouting from the rooftops.
84.
One of the things experience will buy you, though, is Andy Jenkins will know, although this leg looks gone, he will know in the back of his mind, all he's got to do is hold his throw. It doesn't matter about this, just forget about it. If you get a chance, if an opportunity presents itself, brilliant. But if Adam can hit tops, there will be no opportunities in this. And the opportunity is to take out 501 points as we go into a deciding leg. Now, I didn't see this come in at 3-0. I thought we was going to a clean Andy Jenkins win.
Leg Andy to throw
but
first.
again, more good signs from Adam. I've been really impressed actually with Adam here. I didn't know what to expect. I've not seen him play before. I've only gone on numbers
100.
and data and rankings, but been mightily impressed with this opening bid, and I think he's going to get better as the day goes.
And it'd be interesting
96.
to see what the odds compilers make of this performance as well. We mentioned at the start of the programme that no one could make out. I know in terms of the group
60.
betting, he was down at the bottom end. Well, you sense no matter what happens in this particular leg, that's going to come in. Because if he plays at this standard, plays
60.
at this level, he's going to probably win more than he'll lose, just judging on the opening couple of fixtures.
140.
Brilliant shot there. Just as it was starting to get tense, just as it was starting to get to who can step it up, Andy Jenkins steps it up with a 140. That's the class
60.
that he's got, and that is the response that is forced by that moment of class from Jenkins.
45.
And that can get frustrating sometimes when you throw darts like that are good darts. They're just sat on the wire. Doesn't like that one coming low. You saw the shake of the head, and
Andy
again,
Ricard, 156.
that is a third treble-less visit in a row for Adam Mould. Jenkins has been here before. Wasn't able to wrap it up when he Was on 147, but
140.
again 140. He's had two 140s in this deciding leg, and he is now 16 points away from the match.
80. And
That
you
80 there leaves Mould on 147. Andy Jenkins has already had 8 darts for the match. Double 8 is what he wants now. And over for double 4
Game shot on
for
the
leg
match,
number
Andy
4.
Jenkins.
And Andy Jenkins does claim the win against Adam Mould, the debutant here at the Super Series, who threatened the comeback from 3-0 down after Andy Jenkins had missed 8 match darts. But it is Rocky who gets the victory in the end in a last leg decider, the first of the week. Andy Jenkins gets his campaign off to a perfect start, beating Adam Mould by 4 legs to 3.
Well, it's Mouldy and the oldies this week at the MODUS Super Series, but it was the senior slinger Andy Jenkins who got the better of ADC qualifier Adam Mould in that previous match. A 4-3 win for Jenkins. It was looking like better than that. He led the match 3-0 before Mould hit back after loads of missed doubles by Jenkins. 16 in total in the match, but he did get over the line to pick up 2 points in his first match. And two other men who did that are about to do battle now as Richie Howson takes on Martyn Turner. Howson, in his opening match of the morning, got the better of Peter Manley. A 4-0 victory for the Owl in that one, including this 120 checkouts. And as for his opponent, Martyn Turner, well, he got a 4-0 victory against Darren Johnson in his opening match, including this 110 checkout, opting for double 15 and hitting it very, very nicely indeed. So dominant wins for the pair of them, both of them with whitewash victories in their first games. One of them will suffer defeat here. Which one we'll find out over the next few minutes in the company of Matthew and Henry.
Thanks, Chris. Seconds out, round 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. Richie Howson, who really did impress in his opener, the highest average of the day so far, 98.5 in a 4-0 success against Peter Manley, takes on Martyn Turner, who beat Darren Johnson by that same scoreline. So someone's O's got to go here, and someone's going to find themselves on 4 points and find themselves in a commanding position at this early stage in this league campaign. If you base it off the performance in the first round of fixtures, Richie Howson would be the favourite, but you just get the sense that Turner's just going to be playing at that consistent level as the week goes on.
Yeah, I don't see Martyn Turner's performance wavering too much from sort of like that mid-80s sort of mark. I think that's where he's going to be. I do like his darts. I like the equipment. He's got that small flight on the back, which gives lots of zip to the dart. He's got a very, very thin barrel. It looks like he should get a lot of 180s.
First flag, Richie to throw first.
And I do get the
Game
sort
on.
of feel with Martyn Turner that if he can get that first dart in the bottom of the bed, he'll just be able to stack the next two on top of it, because you saw from that side angle there, the dart just lays down very slightly, so it will really open up the bed, like Richie Howson's doing here.
83.
People who have those smaller flights on the back tend to be able to build.
True old school stacking.
59.
Was really, really impressed with Richie Howson in that opening game. Average of nearly 100, 200 plus finishes, and he's carrying on.
140.
Richie in his Aston Villa shirt today, obviously happy with the 2-0 victory over Spurs yesterday.
60.
I hear somebody else is happy with that 2-0 victory against Spurs as well. I won't name who. And I won't say that it sat directly next to me either. Have you spoken to Phil Barnes about that result yet?
I haven't yet, no, I haven't had the opportunity. But I'm sure it'll present itself at some point.
100. Richie O'Carr, 138.
Early here for Richie Howson. Back-to-back 140s. He looks in the mood.
$98.
He was a double after just 12 darts. Chris Murphy said that Richie Howson in the opening game played the form of a player that can win groups. I'm going to go one further. The form he is playing at the moment wins weeks.
13 dart to start for Howson. And the Owl is turning it on by day here at the Super Series. Leading Turner by a leg to nil, and you just get the sense if he's going to continue playing at this level, someone's going to have to put in something stratospheric to stop him.
96.
He is the player so far who has lit up the blue touch paper.
I'm going to let you into something here, and
140.
I know Rich is probably going to watch this back and be like, really? But years ago on the tour, we used to have a little bit of a
140.
jokey bet, so to speak, on who would have the shiniest shoes. Because there's a couple of players that love the shiny shoes, Kevin Painter being one of them, Richie Howson being the other. We used to always have a little bit of a
123.
A shoe dabble on who was the shiniest. He's gone away from them at the minute, actually. Looks like he's got a bit of brown shoes on.
133.
The weird conversations that go on tours.
You've got a lovely bit of Primani shoes on, haven't you, Matt?
60. Martyn O'Carr, 132.
The champagne shot for Turner.
$41.
And he was not happy about that last dart. Because it's a difference between 91 and something a bit more makeable, where a couple of singles can land you with a double. Gonna have to find a treble.
100.
Or use the bullseye
Martyn
in this
O'Carr,
combination
91.
to return the 13 from Howson in the previous leg with something within 15. Yarmany there, he wanted to go 25 a bull. He found the bullseye.
Richie
You're too
O'Carr,
good,
78.
Martyn. And Howson returns to 78. for a 2-0 lead. And he's just not going to give anyone a second's breathing space. Tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Richie Howson.
That is clinical from Richie Howson to open up a 2-0 lead. Just when Martyn Turner thought he was going to get himself a foothold in the game, level up at 1 apiece, the Owl
Third leg,
swoops.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
And if he carries on like this, he's going to be the man at the top of the perch.
This is incredible. I was very impressed with him in his opening game, and I'm even more impressed with him in this one. It's okay to do it once, especially doing it once against a guy who's not really hitting you back with anything like Peter Manley did in the opening. But
57.
Richie Howson getting better with age.
Martyn Turner's averaging 89. He's not had a dart at double yet in this match. Admittedly, he should have had one in the
100.
in the previous leg. He hit the bullseye when he was wanting the 25, but Richie Howson here averaging 106, and
96.
you'll remember the last time he was here, he played in another Legends Week when the likes of Chris Mason, Paul Nicholson was playing, and he was the one who set the standard alight. And the only reason he didn't go through was because of a 9-dart shootout that went to extra time with O'Shea and Mason. This is a guy who has got serious levels to his game, and he is showing it and then some here.
100.
I think when you talk about those things, or that question comes up and it says, what are things that get better with age? People often go to wine or whiskey. You're going to have to add Richie Howson onto that list.
81. Richie Wakar, 61.
What an esteemed list to be part of, that, isn't it, for Richie Howson? Dublin has been phenomenal. To take a
shot
quote.
on the third leg. Richie Howson.
And it's 3 from 3. I'm running out of words in the vocabulary here already for Richie Howson.
He's had 9 darts at double today, and he's hit 7 of them. 3 out of 3 in this game, 4 out of 6 against Manley.
60.
And it's not just the level of performance that he's putting in, it's... He had that disturbance, if you remember, in the opening game with Peter Manley.
85.
Where he threw 6 darts and then they had to go off stage, and it was off stage for about 45 minutes, came back and completed a 98.56 average. And
47.
now he's looking likely that he's going to average over the 100 mark. And also, yet to lose a leg. He is on the biggest winning run of legs
40.
of any player this year.
And of course, if he carries on in this vein, we'll be looking back at the records and statistics.
59.
And the other thing is, there's times when players play to this standard and you think they're playing above and beyond. Then there's other times when you see players play like this and you think this is
60.
comfortable, that they can carry on playing at this level. And you just get the sense of Howson here that it's most definitely the latter, and that he can just serenely, like a swan,
85.
just glide his way through the day playing at these kind of levels. If he does that, he's got every chance of winning every single game. We're going to have to turn the board in a minute because he's giving that treble 20 an absolute battering.
1 out of them, 40.
I wonder how many more things we can compare Richie Howson to today. So he's a wine, he's a whiskey, now he's a swan.
83.
I wonder if we'll be comparing him to Adam Warner, to Justin Smith, to Graham Usher. The thing they've got in common is that they are weekly winners. There's the form that Richie
60.
Howson is showing
Martyn
early on. It is a
Turner,
long process.
167.
It is 6 days of action. He certainly started it in eye-catching form.
59. Richie Wakar, 116.
And this 116 would finish this game off a ton-plus finish. It's the only thing really that he hasn't done so far in this game. He's going to get a dart at tops to do exactly that. And that is exactly what he does. And it is a masterful performance from Richie Howson. The Owl is turning heads here at the Super Series. A 4-0 victory against Martyn Turner, with an average of 98.56. It's the second game in succession he's averaged that. It is exactly the level he is playing at today, and he's going to take some stopping if he continues in that vein. 4 out of 4 on the doubles as well. What a performance from Richie Howson. 2 from 2 for him. We're going to take a short break. When we return, is Adam Mould in action against one dart, Peter Manley.
Welcome back. Well, we are 4 games down here at the Super Series on our return after the break for the festive period. And it is Richie Howson so far. Incredible stuff from the Owl, Richie Howson, who's just produced back-to-back 4-0 victories. Near identical performances as well. Identical averages in both of his wins. First against Peter Manley with a 98.56 average, and then exactly the same statistic there in that whitewash over Martyn Turner. 4 out of 4 on doubles as well for Howson. So a really good start for him. Could not be better. Manley is back in action next. He's taking on the ADC qualifier Adam Mould, who did go down in his first game but threatened to fight back against Andy Jenkins, who led the match 3-0 before Mould forced a deciding leg, taking out that 76 to do so before Jenkins finally got over the line. Now, it was 17 years ago on this very day that Peter Manley was actually preparing for a World Championship final. It was his 3rd and last World Championship final appearance when he met Phil Taylor at the Circus Tavern. Of course, he'll be heading back there for the World Seniors Championship next month. He faces Adam Mould here in his first appearance at the MODUS Super Series. Both players lost their opening match today, so which one of them will get off the mark? Will it be Manley or Mould? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Matthew.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. So Peter Manley up against Adam Mould will take us to the 3rd waypoint of our day here at the MODUS Super Series. Adam Mould, who lost to Andy Jenkins 4-3 in a deciding leg, was 3-0 down in that game, fought back to take us to a last leg decider, and there was glimpses in that performance against Rocky which will stand him in good stead as the week goes on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when we look at this game and the question marks that come into this one's probably the most intriguing game of the day so far for me. And when we look at what we can expect, I don't know. I really don't know what to expect here. This one's going to unfold before us. I think Adam Mould is going to take the victory on the basis of what we're seeing from Manley and from Adam Mould. But we spoke in the last game about that range of performance that Adam's got. Just because he's putting one performance in the first doesn't always mean he's going to in the next. And I think that's what we might see unfold with Adam this week, that maybe he's going to start to find some level of consistency within his game at this sort of level.
26.
Something we've not seen from Peter Manley for quite some time. We saw him a couple of times last year in the World Seniors. He won his opening game in the Seniors match play, an event I was at. I was live for this game when he beat John Part in a game where both of them just couldn't hit the winning double. It seemed to go on forever.
46.
He then followed that up with defeat to Phil Taylor. Reached 68 in that one, though.
96.
Phil Taylor also beating him at the World Seniors Championship, 3-1. That followed 3-1 victory that he had over Dieter Hedman.
140.
That was certainly one of the main attractions, wasn't it? The initial World Seniors Championship, that clash between Manley and Taylor. The World
58.
Seniors is back in February at the Circus Tavern. There's selected tickets still available. Head over to dartshop.tv for all the information you need
22.
regarding that. And that's where you can also get tickets at every single Saturday night session, which we'll talk about in just a second, as Mould finds himself on 164 after 12. Manley back on 267. That 140 sets him up quite nicely to find double 12 after 15. And a bit like that opening game against Andy Jenkins, he's been really solid in the scoring phase. Now we'll see what happens. Now he's got 3 darts in his hand at the double.
Getting shot on the first
If you had to
leg,
pick up
Adam
on
Mould.
something in that opening game that could have been tightened up to make him competitive to be a potential winner of Group A, it would be that finishing. Straight away, one dart the double, straight in, bang in the middle. That is tightening it up well. Something Manley's going to have to do pretty quick, because these games can get away from you very quick. It's only a race to 4.
Just going back 2 tickets for the MODUS Super Series. If you are new to us, we're based in Portsmouth at a specialist venue, the MODUS Live Lounge. And every single Saturday night, you can be a part of the audience here. It is free, it's complimentary. And you can head over to dartshop.tv to register your interest. You can get tickets for week 9, 10, 11 and 12. Then subsequently, Champions Week and Series 3 will also be available to come to. And it really is a unique experience here. It's up close, it's personal, and we've been here a fair few times on a Saturday night, Matt, and it is a unique experience.
55.
If you are wanting to get something off your bucket list in terms of darts in 2023, this place has got to be one of them.
Yeah, we get a tightly packed audience in. Go get your tickets.
100.
We'll be here on Saturday as well. You might get to see Henry.
We want people to come, Matt.
That'll be some great darts.
95. Adam Yukar, 120.
Some of your favourites. Adam Mould can carry on like this. He's playing darts that would suggest that he might be here on Saturday as well. Andy Jenkins will be hoping he'll be a Saturday local boy. Plenty of runners and riders, isn't there, for that this week? It's not one of those weeks where you can pretty much
60.
say, oh, he'll go through, he'll
Adam
go
Yukar,
through. This
73.
is going to have to wait to see how it unfolds.
Game shot on the second leg.
Tops for 2-0 and 2 out of 2 on the doubles for Adam Mould. 15 dart leg, average of 97. This really is impressive from the ADC qualifier. This is why he's number 3 in the amateur darts circuit rankings. He's been winning tournaments left, right and centre, and you can see why with darts like this.
100.
And for Peter Manley, it is an uphill task from here.
It'll feel like an uphill task with stones in his shoes right now, because don't see where it's coming from at the moment. Nickname One Dart. That's because he's not had one dart at the double yet all day.
100.
Just looking at his front nine average
85.
over the last 12 months. Yes, he doesn't play much no more. He's more of, let's say, player representation now rather than a player. It's very, very rare we see him get his darts out. So we haven't got a lot of data to go on, but the front nine average, 77 for Peter Manley, and that's down here as well. You feel like he had to raise from what we've seen of him over the last sort of 12 months.
121.
He will get better. I've no doubt about that. I think he'll get stronger as the week goes. I think he's here to find a bit of form. But the Mould's here to show us exactly what he can do. He's looking highly, highly competitive.
45. Adam Yukar, 36. Game shot.
This really is a good performance for Adam Mould. 3 legs won in 45 darts.
Well, I did say, didn't I, at the very, very start.
Fourth leg Peter to throw first. Game on.
With Adam Mould, we can forget his running average. I think that is irrelevant. The reason it's irrelevant is because his form wavers so much. Just look at his last 5 matches that we've got recorded stats for. He's got an average of 76 and he's got an average of 99.21. That is a range of 23 points. We can't really get a read and a prediction on Adam in terms of what he's going to do. That's just from his last 5 matches. Imagine if we looked even deeper into the data. He has averages down in high 50s. He's got averages in the hundreds. With Adam Mould, do you get that vibe that maybe it depends on how he starts a game? If he starts a game well, he can run with it. If he starts bad, maybe he just doesn't have that ability to recover. We'll hopefully get an answer to that question as the week develops.
I think tomorrow morning might be quite interesting because he's playing well today. But how many times have we seen from debutants in this format where the Monday they come out the tracks flying, and then when it comes, it's like the first day at school, and then the Tuesday session begins, 79. And it's almost like the reality sets in, and it'll be interesting to see how Adam reacts to that.
Very good point.
60.
When it all becomes familiar, to some people it becomes easier, to some people it becomes harder, because familiar also has that weight of expectation.
59. Peter Carr, 161.
Well, this would be a showpiece moment. It's not going to happen this time. And so Mould returns for 167 for the match. And the way he's playing, you won't put it past him one bit.
So Manley is 1 treble away from the first start at the double in 8 legs played. Still needs a treble, still on. They're both a long way off.
40. Adam Yukar, 74.
For the match. To serve Peter Manley up his second 4-0 defeat of the day.
34.
Bends the
Peter
wire.
Yukar, 56.
So you've got to feel Manley's going to get darts at the double. He's going to get 2. He only needs
Peter
1.
Manley.
1 dart by name, 1 dart by nature. Peter Manley is on the board at the Super Series.
Fifth leg Adam to throw first.
I'll tell you what, there was a cheeky wide smile there as well, wasn't there?
And I've never heard a cheer from the practice room before either.
54.
Said at the start of the show, all eyes will be on Manley. This sort of is the marquee player of this week.
60.
And I think there'll be a lot of smiles on people's face when they see him just polish off that 56. So you don't lose ability, you don't lose class, you just lose the consistency to bring that ability to the forefront. You're always going to be wary when you're playing someone like Manley, someone who's achieved what he's achieved in the game, because at any moment, for 5 minutes, he could find that magic.
And you've been there at the highest level, Matt. Sometimes when you're going through what Manley's going through, as Mould gets his second max of the match to leave on 1-2-7 for the game. Just getting that first leg on the board just gives you a huge sigh of relief.
100.
You can relax the shoulders and begin to play with a bit more freedom.
Yeah, well, one of the things that Manley probably doesn't play many darts for now is on that basis that he doesn't want to give people those wins against him. He's still got a reputation. In the interviews today, Andy Jenkins, straight on it wasn't, oh, I want to get Manley. And Peter will know that he's not
100.
that player that Andy Jenkins is trying to get that win against, but in person, in everything else, he is. For the match.
Game shot
that
in the
was
match.
Good performance that from Adam Mould, not just because of the stats, but the level of control and the timing of his shots. 2 180s. I was impressed with Adam Mould in his first game when he lost 4-3 to Andy Jenkins. I'm even more impressed now. Adam Mould is looking like a bit of a contender in this Group A. Darren Johnson and Andy Jenkins will be hoping that they're going to be contenders, and they're going to be coming up in a couple of minutes' time, vying for the 2 points.
Welcome back. Well, when the lineup for this week at the Super Series was revealed, the question on many people's minds was, has Peter Manley still got it? Well, in a way, yes. One dart, has only had one dart at double in his first 2 matches, and he hit it. That was in a 4-1 defeat at the hands of the ADC qualifier Adam Mould. A slight improvement in performance from Peter Manley. He's put 12 points on his average there. Mould getting his first victory at the Super Series. A really good display from him, over 96 in the averages there. But interesting, Peter Manley said in his interview with Henry early on that he expects to start slowly, but maybe get better as the day goes on. So we won't write him off just yet. But coming next is Andy Jenkins taking on Darren Johnson. And Jenkins actually got the better of Adam Mould when the pair met earlier on this morning. Rocky took out this 96 in the opening leg and went on to win the match 4-3. As for Darren Johnson, well, he actually went down 4-0 to fellow Yorkshireman Martyn Turner in his opening match. So we'll be looking to put things right here when he faces Rocky on the hockey in game 6 of the 15 that we're going to bring you during today's play. So to guide you through this Jenkins-Johnson joust, it's Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Should be another interesting, intriguing battle. And I'm probably going to say that much. I'm probably just going to not say it no more, because a lot of these games are going to have so many question marks. And this one is one of those that's pick your winner. I don't think I'd be offering too many of Edgar's top tips on this one. Darren Johnson, winner of a WDF event this year, the Northern Ireland Open that you can see there, beating Nick Kenny in the final against Andy Jenkins, who says his career best was the 2007 PDC World Semi-Finals, which will be happening tonight at the Alexandra Palace. But for me, the relevant form has to go with Andy Jenkins. Andy Jenkins winning a recent Challenge Tour, which was over in Germany this year.
First leg is Darren
Sedlacek in the final of that one.
Game on.
And I think the impressive thing for Jenkins that day was not just the fact that he had those wins, like Gavin Carlin, someone we've seen do very well here, Lee Evans, Carl Sedlacek. It was the averages he was putting. He was starting to average in those mid-90s, showing how much of that ability that he's retained. Now, he has attempted and played on many of the seniors events and come very close to getting into
45.
those TV events. And he's sort of the player that you'd expect maybe this year to break through and start playing on those senior tour events, especially if he's going to have that sort of level of
45.
consistent competitive play like he's getting here at the Super Series and obviously from the Challenge Tour as well.
And of course, with more spaces for qualifiers
59.
at the World Seniors events this year, opens up opportunities. And just get the sense of where he's playing. He isn't going to be too far away.
123.
He's got that range that we speak about where he can come in and he can hit a good level. I remember he got called up, I think it was the back end, not of this last year, just gone, the 2021 season. Got called up to the Pro Tour then and came on and beat Rob Cross, averaged over 100 in that game. Just when is it going to come out?
40.
The game is still there. It's perhaps at times it's finding it on that consistent basis, which is what Jenks needs to maybe sometimes find.
95.
That might be why he said he wasn't looking forward to this, because this format is all about consistency. It's not about being able to hit 110 average. It's about being able to hit a good level of performance for 20 or so matches.
86.
So a close-up there of that dart of Darren Johnson. That even the points have got grip on them. There's so many different grooves and shapes to this
16.
Darren Johnson dart, which is going to hope plumps itself right in this double 8.
Game shot on the first leg. Darren Johnson
gets his first leg of the day. He went down his opening game 4-0 to fellow Yorkshireman Martyn Turner. That's going to make him feel a lot better about himself.
First. Game on.
The longer it goes, the more, I wouldn't say the level of frustration goes up.
45.
I would say the level of embarrassment goes up. And I think that's probably what, in the last game when we saw Peter Manley get that one, he had that smile. That was very much that he was starting to get that point
43.
where that embarrassment is starting to kick in. So Darren Johnson getting that one on the board nice and early is good, and it's going to help him be competitive in this match and
60.
this group, because I'd certainly expect him to be one of the players competing for this group.
I'll tell you what that dart reminds me of.
95.
Reminds me of a rock climbing frame with all the little grooves and bits like that in different parts and different areas.
60.
Well, he's going to be hoping to climb the table, and the best place to start with that is against a player who's already won today, Andy Jenkins.
96.
This is a 3-day group, so But it's players with the experience will know it's not all about today. Today can give you a good foundation, but you're not going to be putting the roof on top of the house on the Monday. We lay the foundation today, we put the bricks on tomorrow, and then we roof it up.
140, and you can't.
Is that going to be a new thing? Wednesday roofing day?
I don't think it'll catch on. Surprisingly enough.
55. Darren Johnson.
Especially after moving day on Tuesday.
You don't like my renaming for 2023 then of Bricking Day?
75. Andy Carr 101.
That's usually the opening game, isn't it?
26. Daniel Carr 52.
52 for Darren Johnson for a 2-0 lead. Double 16.
20. Andy
They were both a long
75.
way off. A long way off. Signs of nerves there for Darren Johnson. Jenkins.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Jenkins.
Habit of punishing players. He did it to Adam Mould when he was given opportunities in his opening game. He's done it again here. Opportunity here for those players that if they can find their level for about 5 minutes, that they could be coming off here with the points.
140.
And could we see as a consequence that element of players trying too hard because they know that their opponent isn't playing to the level they would have expected
83.
them to, neither of yourself, and you just think to yourself, if you could put it together, you get the win, but you try too hard to do it, you try and force the issue, and actually your game could go even further south
100.
as a consequence.
Oh yeah, there's a sense of opportunity, isn't there? And with that, you start trying to chase, or you feel like things aren't enough. I can vouch for this, certainly when you play those real big players. I remember there was a Pro Tour event, and I played Kyle Anderson in the opening game, and I beat him with 104, 105 average, played fantastic. And then the next game, I think it was Barneveld I was due to play, and I thought, oh, I'm going to have to be on it
101. Daniel Carr 161.
But when you go up against certain people, you feel like you need more. And when the opportunity presents itself like this, you feel like you've got to jump on every opportunity. And it's that same thing. That maybe 100 doesn't feel like enough. Oh, I could have done my 140 there. I really need to open this gap. And you look for that element of comfort on the scoreboard.
65. Daniel Carr 24.
Low again. He was low on the 16s. Low on the 12s. That's a sign again of the tension.
He's past the score.
Andy Carr 117.
That is incredible. And that would have been beyond highway robbery if Jenkins won the leg from there.
Daniel Carr 24.
Johnson returns to 24. Double 6.
Game shot
sneaks it in the end.
Darren Johnson
gets there in the end. But that was heavy weather, wasn't it? And credit to Darren Johnson for winning the leg there, because in that scenario, it could have completely have gone south and gone awry.
85.
I think it would have if the 117 went from Andy Jenkins. I think that could have been game over and maybe even day over. Because one of the things that these players will have, as much as we talk about the positives of their careers, there'll be a lot of negatives in there as well. And there'll be a moment in his life where that's happened to him before and he just feels like it's going wrong again. Scar tissue will be plenty on these players, and we're going to see things unfold that you probably wouldn't normally expect to
96.
see based on past experiences. That's what makes
55.
players like Josh Rock so exciting, because it's all positive for him at the moment. How far can he go?
You say the sky's his limit. One of the most exciting young talents I think this sport has ever had the opportunity to set eyes upon.
96.
Where was your maths there, Mr. Jenkins? because staying on the 19s has left him the 165. A very sensible switch
42.
there from Jenkins, and you could see straight away he realised what he'd done. He's got away with it though.
90.
Johnson can't do anything on 178, but hit, set up, and hope.
$92. Andy O'Carr, 75.
That's a hit. Done the setup. Now he's hoping. Those hopes and those prayers are being answered.
Darren O'Carr, 86.
Oh, the darting gods.
Brilliant dart.
Game
Double
shot on the
16.
fourth
Pop,
leg.
pop for
Darren
Darren Johnson to break the Andy Jenkins throw and to open up a 3-1 lead. You just get the sense, following what happened in the previous leg, just to get a pop like that, get that combination finish, get it first die in hand, that will just settle him down a little bit more.
Do you know what I liked about that? I like the fact, now, I'm not saying I don't like sportsmanship, but I don't like over-sportsmanship.
45.
You know, where after every leg the players need to shake hands or have a cuddle, or sometimes it can get a bit extreme. Andy Jenkins didn't even want to look at him. He was stood looking
100.
completely the opposite way. He's like, I'm in battle, I'll shake your hand afterwards. Absolutely fine. But right now, I'm competing against you. I don't even want to make eye contact with you. I'm looking over here at this glass of water.
In fairness, I have to do that review after every game, don't I?
140.
So that congratulate me for winning.
58.
Well, Darren Johnson has opened up a very healthy cushion in this one. He'll be disappointed if he can't get this one wrapped up and get the 4-1 victory on the board.
82.
Which will be a great bounce back, considering he lost his opening 1-4-0. Said earlier, legs are important and they could come into play
54.
on Wednesday.
Darren O'Carr,
So he could pretty much
121.
wipe out that big defeat, which is what you got to do. You take a big defeat, you got to get a big victory in there. Textbook Group A play from Darren Johnson.
31.
So far. So far, because I've seen some strange things happen in
96.
games of
Darren
darts
O'Carr,
over the
90.
years. He's going to set this up.
31.
No, he's
Andy
not.
O'Carr,
He's
167.
going to set this up and hope that Andy Jenkins doesn't take out the 167. He won't do that, but Darren Johnson, 2 darts at a double at best here.
131. Darren O'Carr, 59.
19 for tops. He did this earlier. He hit the 7-7 going for the single. He's not bust his score. Leaves himself 21. He's got options. I feel here he's working out if he's got anywhere that he can have a 2-section.
43.
And I'll tell you what, that
Andy
5
O'Carr,
wasn't too far away
36.
from the 20 either.
That 8 wasn't far away from the 6 on the 16. Low darts from Johnson.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Punished.
Andy Jenkins.
Did say he should wrap it up from here, but I've seen crazy things happen in games of darts before. That was one of them. From 60 points,
6th leg Andy to throw first.
he hits a
Game
big
on.
one. It's a double 19. From 60 points, it took him 3 darts to get a dart at a double.
85.
And how much also do you compliment the mentality of Andy Jenkins? Because there would have been a number of players who may have petulantly thrown a couple of darts away there, thinking the game's over,
58.
but he kept with the task, stuck with it, and now he's carved open an opportunity here. Has the darts to send us to a decider in the 6th?
96.
Petulantly throwing away a couple of darts. Now, that even happens at the highest level. We saw this with Michael Smith when he had the 80 and he just threw the dart and busted the shot.
140.
I think that was against Stephen Bunting in the World Championship recently.
Yesterday, wasn't it?
So
100.
it's not like we're saying petulantly throwing darts away that you're going to see down your local. We see this even at the very, very top level from a reigning major champion. in the World Championship quarterfinals.
171.
But when you talk about recoveries, Darren Johnson, congratulations, 140, 171. After making an absolute mess of that last one, this is a quality response.
But this 132 might have to go because Jenkins finds himself on 80 after 12, looking to send us all the way to a deciding leg. Something we didn't think was going to happen a few moments ago. Should get one dart at tops.
60.
But it doesn't go.
Daniel Carl, 44.
And so Darren Johnson to wrap up his first victory of the week here at the Super Series. Double 16 is what he wants. Double 16 is what he gets. And Darren Johnson gets the better of Andy Jenkins by 4 legs to 2 here. The first defeat of the week for Jenkins. Johnson with the win. We're going to take a short break. When we return, our next match could be an absolute cracker as Richie Howson, the man who has set the standard alight, yet to drop a leg in the competition thus far, takes on Adam Mould.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Darren Johnson has just picked up his first victory of the day. A 4-2 success over Rocky Andy Jenkins, having lost his first match 4-0 to Martyn Turner. Outscoring Andy Jenkins in that one, despite Rocky getting the only 180 of the match, 2 out of 3 on the doubles, but Johnson just had so many more opportunities and made them count in the end. And that means he is on 2 points, along with Jenkins, Turner and Adam Mould. Peter Manley yet to get off the mark, but Richie Howson has made a stunning start. 2 wins, 2 whitewash wins as well, winning all 8 legs that he has played so far. And we can see some of Richie Howson's best stuff here. He's played some great darts today. The Owl flying high at the top of the table, as you just saw, after a couple of whitewash victories. This one completed with 116 checkout over Martyn Turner. And Adam Mould, well, he went down to Andy Jenkins in his first match. He lost it 4-3, but bounced back to get the better of one dart Peter Manley, winning that one by 4 legs to 1. So it is the ADC qualifier against a man who really is soaring away at the top of the table at the start of today. Can Mould halt Howson's dominance? Let's find out in the company of Matt and Henry.
Yeah, Adam Mould has been mightily impressive in his performances so far. We didn't really know what to expect from Adam Mould coming into today. We know he's the number 3 on the ADC system. We've seen some quality players come through the ADC system and come here to the Super Series and certainly challenge. But Richie Howson, someone we knew a lot about. Pro Tour experience, Tour card, UK Open, and obviously those senior events this year as well. You got a fancy in which way this one's going to go? I'm going to take my opportunity to chuck you under the bus.
It's Richie to throw first.
Thank you. It was a very nice bus as well. I'm going to go Howson 4-2. I think it's going to be potentially the game of the day. We know what Howson's going to do. He's going to average 98.56.
60.
And he ain't going to miss many darts at double.
Well, going into this game, the bookies suggest that Richie Howson is strong favourite. 4-11. You'll get on Richie Howson. If you think that Adam Mould's got a chance in this one, which we do, you might be able to think there's a bit of value here in Adam Mould. 2-1 on Adam, if you fancy a bit of an odds upset. But I would agree with you. I've been very impressed with Richie Howson beyond expectations today, and had a couple of tweets in already saying that he's proudly wearing his Aston Villa shirt today.
Yeah, that 2-1's a bit of a nibbler, isn't it?
The thing that would put me off it is the part which I've been saying all day. The range of performance from Adam Mould, he's averaged in the 50s, he's averaged in the 100s. Which version of Adam do you get would always be my concern. Hoping that by the end of the week that will be that concern put to bed, because so far he's shown 2 good levels of performance. Maybe he comes here and puts that consistency in, then it just answers that question.
And Howson's just doing Howson things. This leg 60, 140, ton. Leaving 101 after 12.
101.
He's on for what we like to call the perfect 15. Treble 19 or treble 15. He likes double 18, so that was why he elected to go that
60.
way.
Adam your car 164.
He's himself on 41. If Mould cannot take out what would be a roof-raising 164. Went down for the 2 treble 19s. Doesn't go. And so Howson returns for 41
54. Richie
to take
41.
the opening leg of this encounter. Two 16s.
Game shot on the first leg.
He hasn't missed many. In his last game, he didn't miss any. And he continues the streak of doubles hit. 1-0 Howson.
Second leg Adam to throw first. Game on. $97.
I make that Richie Howson has hit his last 7 darts in a row
85.
at double. 7 from 7. Richie Howson, his last visits to the board. He's only missed 2 in between there, so this is
96.
Finishing to a level that I've never seen before here. He's going to have to go to Peter Manley and see if he's got one of those spare shirts with 1 dart written on the back. You may need to tuck it in though.
96.
Is a flamingo one still about?
Hopefully we'll see that this week, actually. I mean, he's in the pink one today, but
58.
who knows what Peter Manley's going to come out with. Come out with some corkers over the years.
$100.
And that leg for Howson there, as Mould looks to make advances, makes it 9 legs in a row. Mould looks as if he's going to come the closest to stopping that run for Richie.
60.
110. And barring Howson taking something big out, he most likely might have 6 from here. He's going to need 6.
$86. Richie Howson, 160.
Oh, that's a good effort there from Richie Howson. I thought that dart was sat quite nicely for him at the bottom of the bed, but it's just bounced off into the one.
Game shot on the second
one
leg. Adam
is the number of darts that Adam Mould needs to get one leg on the board. It's all the ones. One dart at double each. One dart hit. One leg apiece.
Third leg,
one
Richie
hold
to
to throw
throw
a
first.
piece.
Game on.
And Howson finally loses a leg. Doesn't make it on double figures
100.
without the dam being breached.
That is the best winning run of 2023 in terms of legs.
85.
Should have said the year, really, shouldn't I? It doesn't sound as good when you actually name the year. He said that's the best of the year.
So does that make us the best 2 commentators at the MODUS Super Series this year?
So far, yes. I don't think it's a record we'll keep for very long.
100.
But records, as long as you're in there, you know, people don't look at the Guinness World Records, do they, and go, oh, well, you're a past one. They keep the book.
140.
Howson is raising the levels. It's like he just got a tap on the shoulder just saying, you might have won 9 legs in a row,
60.
pal,
Richie
but you're not having this all your own way.
121.
And he goes, but I like it that way, so I'm just going to play better.
Has got 6, so decided to go treble 15.
89.
It was like that quote. He lost the leg, and he took it personally.
60.
He's on for yet
Richie
another
Howson,
13. He's already
32.
done this once today. 2 8s.
Game shot on the third leg. Richie Howson.
And as we mentioned in his previous game, he's playing at this level, and he's just looking so comfortable playing at this level.
Well, he had that
Fourth
9
leg, Adam to throw first. Game
winning
on.
legs run broken. He's just broke his tally that we was developing there on doubles as well. It's not affected the game because he got it for the
58.
second dart. But that chain has just been broken. I have to start a new one now, Mr. Howson. He's looking like a guy that's going to be setting quite a few records this week.
100.
At this rate, he'll be breaking more records than a ransacked vinyl shop. But also good news for you, Matt, because in our next game, featuring former PDC World Championship semi-finalist Andy Jenkins, we'll have a PDC World Championship themed tungsten teaser. They're returning. And Mould returns to the lipstick and finds himself a max. He got 2 in the 4-1 win against Manley. That's his first of this particular encounter.
100.
And it looks set fair to give himself a great opportunity to bring himself back level against the man who has dominated proceedings in this group thus far, Richie Howson.
46.
Brilliant.
125. Adam
Just when it looked like Adam was starting to get a hold in the game, Richie Howson finds 2 trebles.
57. Richie
Really asked Adam Mould the question. This isn't out of the question. Richie Howson's taken a few of these. He took a 116 for the match. in the last game with Martyn Turner. A 106 and a 120.
60. Adam, you will
3
call
10-plus
100.
finishes already in 2 matches. He's just ticking all the boxes.
Treble 19 for the dub, and you sense that ton out had to go, to be honest, because Howson's going to return. He should get
Richie
2
will call
darts.
56.
Elects to go tops, so I was wondering whether he might have gone and decided the
shot on the
path for the double
fourth
18. It
leg,
doesn't
Richie
really matter what
Howson.
double Richie Howson goes for at the minute, because he's going to find the target.
He was the bookie's favourite to win this group. And when I say favourite, he was the favourite. 6 to
Fifth leg,
4
Richie
favourite to win the
first.
group.
Game on.
Now, this is a 3-day group. He's going to be playing 15 games of darts. I wouldn't think that anybody should be around the price of 6 to 4. But now,
114.
seeing it unfold, seeing him play, you've got to say how correct they have got this, because he looks head and shoulders above the field so far.
And this is Adam Mould, who, if you base upon what we've seen so far today, has probably been the other outstanding performer alongside Howson.
60.
And the other thing we should put into play as well is he's going to rack up such a
100.
lead in the legs difference column that even at this stage could be completely insurmountable.
It'll give him that bonus point, won't it, if it comes down to legs to
140.
separate the players between the positions. But he just doesn't seem like he's going to stop. Richie Howson right now, and this is bold,
58.
strikes
Richie
me as a
will call
man
161.
who could go 15 from 15.
To break McEwen's record of 28. And I'll tell you what would also be quite interesting. The sportsbook hasn't come out yet for the World Seniors.
45.
I'd like to know what price they would put Richie Howson in at.
Well, it'll certainly be shortening this week because he is showing what he can do here. He took out 116 for the
58.
match. He took out
Richie will call
106 for the match.
116.
He likes to end with fireworks. Will he be lightning it up? Sending the rocket off again to the tops.
Game shot on
And
the
for
match.
the third
Richie
match
Howson.
in a row, Richie Howson wraps it up with a 100-plus finish. 106 in his opener, 116 in the second game, 116 in that one. He is looking far too good for this group. However, he has now lost a leg. Just a 4-1 victory there for Richie Howson, who is cruising to the top of the table. Coming up next, we've got Martyn Turner and Andy Jenkins.
Well, Richie Howson has been just a little bit good so far, hasn't he? Another victory for the Owl. This time he did drop a leg, 4-1 against his opponent in that one, Adam Mould, the ADC qualifier, who was only allowed one dart at double, did pin it. 4 out of 5 for Howson, 94.73 average, a second 116 checkout of the day. It really is good stuff from Richie Howson. And for different reasons, I quite like saying this, but the Owls top of the table. And we can have a look at that league table right now. Richie Howson, 4 points clear of the field already. 4 of them on 2 points. Peter Manley, though, yet to get off the mark after back-to-back defeats on debut. Next up, then, it's Martyn Turner against Andy Jenkins, 2 players who have enjoyed 1 victory and suffered 1 defeat apiece. Turner got the better of Darren Johnson earlier on today. He enjoyed a whitewash win in that one before being beaten by Richie Howson. And Andy Jenkins, well, he was beaten by Johnson in his previous match, took out a 75 finish in it, but he did beat Adam Mould earlier on this morning. So one of them will edge a little bit closer to Howson at the peak of the pile. Which one will it be? Will it be joy for Jenkins, or will Turner triumph? Let's find out with Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so for both of these players, they'll be hoping that their record for the day looks positive following the end of what would be their 3rd fixtures in a 5-game cycle here today. Martyn Turner has probably been alongside Howson, obviously Howson playing towards the 90 average, but we know exactly what we're going to get from Turner now, that consistent level, which is going to be around that mid-80s, which is going to present himself with opportunities. He takes on Andy Jenkins, who got the better of Adam Mould by 4 legs to 3. That turned out to be quite a dramatic game in the end. Jenkins led 3-0 before that game going all the way to a decider. And then Jenkins on the other side of a 4-2 defeat against Darren Johnson in his second game. Just get the sense this is a huge game for Jenkins to get that win on the board and give themselves something to shout about.
Yeah, this one's another one that I really can't find a way to spell. I like to give out some predictions and make some bold claims, but in this one, I don't know which way to go with this. I'm looking at the odds and seeing what's going on here, and it's 5 to 6 apiece. That has moved slightly. Andy Jenkins was the favourite this morning, but they've just levelled him out. I think that's due to that 4-0 victory that Martyn Turner got over Darren Johnson, who then went on to beat Andy Jenkins. And a lot of the time, if we look at things like horses and horse racing, if something gets beaten as comfortably as 4-0, like Martyn Turner did over Darren Johnson, and then the guy who lost 4-0 then goes and beats Andy Jenkins, that form line, that pattern of play should suggest Martyn Turner wins quite comfortably.
171.
Certainly started well, leaving himself on double 18 after 12.
46.
Jenkins all the way back in the 300s. So the luxury of time to take this opening leg, double 9. Now, decisions to make. He decided to bust the score. It's probably the right decision, if the truth be told.
$58. Martyn Turner, 36.
Good ball management there, because that could have gone a little bit messy. And he's got that same luxury again.
Game shot on the first leg.
He finds
Martyn
a double
Turner.
18. He takes a 1-0 lead. And thus far, he's quite comfortable for the man that they call the Mutt's Nuts.
Second leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy looking a little bit confused there.
100.
A bit confused with what's going on. We felt a lot better than he's shown so far. He has been active over Christmas, like he said, playing in those
60.
Local opens. Simon Whitlock, Aaron Monk, and the usual local gang. I'm guessing Richard North was probably involved in that as well.
He's probably commentating on it, but inadvertently.
He's the only player that you don't need a commentator for, because he does it all himself. And that's something I expect to see from Martyn Turner with the darts that he's got. There is so much room and a lack of
99.
obstruction to those 180s. The dart just lays down slightly. The small flight, the small barrel.
32.
Everything suggests he should be able to hit lots of 180s.
44.
Looking back, and that looks like his first one of the day.
$137, and your car 160.
This is for a
52.
breaker throw.
Martyn, your car 92.
He's in 42. Options. Been leaving the 16s quite regularly. Leaves it again.
76, and your car
Feel
108.
this has to go for Jenkins. He's the treble. The double 14.
80.
That couldn't have been
Martyn,
any
your car
closer. Paul
16.
Hinks had to get his magnifying glass out and lean right the way across the hockey
Game
to check
shot on
that
the
one.
second leg.
He
Martyn
doesn't need it for
Turner.
that. Martyn Turner right in the middle there of the double 8. Doubles his lead, but the most important thing there is the breaker throw. And maybe what we're
Third leg,
learning
Martyn,
here
you throw
is
first.
that we need
Game
to
on.
apply that horse racing mentality to when we're trying to predict the darts as well. We'll just look at the previous head-to-heads. Martyn Turner 4-0 against Johnson. Johnson went to beat Andy Jenkins. So by
135.
that turn, Martyn Turner should beat Andy Jenkins.
We don't have to commentate like horse racing commentators do we, if we're applying that logic.
100.
I think we'd find that quite hard with some of the players. Obviously, they're different pacers, aren't they? Trying to... Oh, what an angle that is on that dart. When I talk about that one, where the dart just lies down slightly and how it opens up that bed. What a fantastic
85.
camera angle there to see that 180 and all those things that we've been talking about with Martyn Turner, who raises the average over the 100. The other thing you get from this angle,
59.
though, is you get to, when I said about the dart laying down, you get to see the angle of entry, which from the usual angle, it almost looks like Martyn's darts stand up a
55.
little
Martyn, your
bit.
car
You
127.
can see there how it opens up the bed. That tends to happen with these players that use a smaller flight. Just flattens out the dart.
45.
Whereas Jenkins, as a contrast, his darts stand up to
97. Martyn, your car
attention.
82.
No right or wrong way, as long as they find the target. So one dart at tops for
62.
Turner for 3-0
And
doesn't
your
go,
car
and so
164.
can Rocky land a haymaker blow by getting the 164? Not on this occasion, and so Turner will return for 10s
100. Martyn, your car 20.
to open up a 3-0 lead. Double 5.
Game shot on the third leg. Martyn Turner.
3-0 it is to Martyn Turner.
Fourth
Maybe
leg,
the
Andy,
6
throw
degrees of
first. Game on.
separation rule in this particular group is coming to fruition.
$100.
Well, we talk about players that are all or nothing. Martyn Turner beat Darren Johnson
85.
4-0. Then lost 4-0 to Richie Howson. He could win this one 4-0. Is there any
80.
better example of all or nothing than 3 scorelines 4-0? The most important thing, though, for Martyn Turner would be 2 in the positive.
100.
And he's going to have a big say about that, though. He's not going to want to go down 4-0.
83. $55.
Plenty of a chance in this leg as a consequence of that 55 by Turner.
44.
But he couldn't find a trouble, and so that initiative is handed back. And with the angle of entry, as we mentioned in the previous leg with that first dart, it was plumb to get a couple of darts just above it in the treble bed, and it leaves himself on 1-2-1 after 12 to wrap up
Martyn, your car
a 4-0 victory.
121.
And so the
96.
bullseye
Under your
for
card,
the whitewash.
136.
And so Jenkins has to take out this 136 to keep his hopes alive. It doesn't go. And so Turner returns to 25.
87. Martyn Turner, 25.
Martyn Turner has been involved in 2 games so far today. Both have been 4-0.
19.
He's
Under
going
your
to be
card,
involved in a
49.
third. He's going to need Andy Jenkins to miss this 49. 2 16s.
Game
And he will not be involved in a third. He had 2 darts there to get it wrapped up 4-0. Andy Jenkins survives. One thing we know about players like Andy Jenkins, the longer you keep them alive, the stronger they are going to get.
Game on.
Martyn will know he needs to get this game wrapped up and as quick as possible.
123.
That for a start will help.
$85.
But then, no, characters like Jenkins, characters like Manley, no matter how they play, whenever they play,
58.
you've got to finish them off because they've got that mentality and mindset that he's not hit the winning double, I've still got a chance. Whereas sometimes you can see with younger players,
100.
they go 3-0 down, you just sense the game's up because they've lost belief within themselves. You're not going to get that with Andy Jenkins. You're going to get a never say die
59.
attitude from the man from Cosham.
$61.
You sort of feel that the longer this goes,
60.
the more doubt will creep into the head of Martyn Turner. Never played in an era with Andy Jenkins when Jenkins was still towards the top end of his game. He'll know what Andy is capable of.
45. Under your car, 156.
So sometimes those memories can come right to the front of the head when you don't want them to. We said about Andy Jenkins eyeing up that game with Peter Manley.
56. Martyn Turner, 156.
Does the history of these 2 players come into it?
That dip just below the treble, sets it up 140 to leave. Double 8 for the match if Jenkins cannot take out this ton. Treble 19 now, would have left a subsequent double,
44.
doesn't go. And so
16.
Turner now returns for double 8 to seal a 4-1 win.
8.
But it doesn't go.
56.
And from 3-0 down, Jenkins can pull this back to 3-2 if he can convert tops.
16. Martyn
But he can't.
8.
And so Turner returns to wrap it up. Double 2
Game
will
shot on the
do
match.
for
Martyn
Turner to seal a 4-1 victory against Andy Jenkins. And for Turner, that is now 2 victories from his 3 games he's played today. Andy Jenkins has got work to do to get himself back in the equation at the top end of the group. 3 defeats from 3 thus far for the man from Cosham. For Martyn Turner, a 4-1 victory. We're going to have a short break. When we return, we're going to see Peter Manley in action. He takes on Darren Johnson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, it's disappointment for Andy Jenkins in his previous match there. Beaten heavily by Darren Johnson in that one. Martyn Turner, sorry, getting ahead of myself. Johnson in action next. Yeah, Martyn Turner, a 4-1 victory over Jenkins, but look at the average there from Jenkins by a long way off what he's capable of producing, and Turner getting an easy win, really. 14 more darts at double than Jenkins in that one. It means that in the league table, it's Turner who moves up to second place. Not really hot on the heels of Richie Howson, though. He's only 2 points behind him, but Howson is just producing fabulous stuff today. He's only dropped one leg so far. But Darren Johnson is the man in action next, and he's going to take on Peter Manley. Johnson did beat Jenkins earlier today. That's where I got it from. This 86 checkout in the process to getting a 4-1 victory. And as for Peter Manley, well, this is why they call him One Dart. One Dart double, the only one he's had all day, but he hit it. The former World Championship finalist, former world #1, of course, Peter Manley. And he did improve his performance from his first defeat, a 4-0 defeat in his first match, 4-1 in his second, looking to carry on the curve in averages, performances and legs. And he did say in that interview, as I said earlier with Henry, that he thinks that he will improve as the day goes on. This pair have actually played twice before, by the way, but this is their first meeting for 15 years. Manley won the previous two, but he's lost his previous two matches today. We're waiting for Peter Manley to join Darren Johnson on the stage, I believe. Is he up to his old tricks here at the Super Series, Peter Manley? Making his opponent wait, but he is just making his way to the stage now. No Amarillo for Peter Manley here at the Super Series. Maybe he's waiting for the crowd to boo him. That's usually his cue to get on the stage. But he's not going to get any boos here. Doesn't need the ear defenders. You know, he was the first man to do that. Once wore big pink earmuffs onto the stage. I might use them because we're going to hear now from Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph, and a Happy New Year to you as well. Well, once upon a time, there was a world-famous World Championship quarter-final between Peter Manley and Adrian Lewis. The talking point was a player walking off stage. We were waiting for Peter Manley to walk on stage on this particular occasion. He improved his performance in game 2 from that in game 1. Are we going to see that incline again here against Darren Johnson?
Well, if the odds are anything to go by, the answer is going to be no this morning. When we got here, I like to take a little shot of the odds and see if there's any movement. Darren Johnson was originally around the 1 to 2. He then went 2 to 5. And since players started today, he has gone 1 to 10. That is a massive, massive move on Darren Johnson. And on the basis of what we're seeing so far, you've got to say it's fairly justified.
First leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
So Manley with the darts here. And he did mention in the interview it's all about a process today.
55.
And I just wonder whether you can read bits into today, but maybe tomorrow might be the biggest judge of where
78.
Peter Manley's game's at, because we do see a lot of players come into this format and they have to take a day to adapt.
I just think he's not had the time.
100.
You mentioned the fact that he doesn't really practice as much. I just don't think he's had the time on the board. And that's why he's here. You know, we look at what's coming up for Peter Manley in the coming months as a dart player.
100.
And one thing he needs right now is reps. Reps in a competitive environment. That's what he's here. That's what he's going to gain. I firmly believe he gets better as the week
40.
goes. He's going to upset someone. I don't think it's going to be today, but I think maybe
95.
tomorrow, Wednesday, he's going to just put in a performance that sort of comes, what we'll feel comes from nowhere, and just really ruffle a few feathers.
81.
And how much can the fact that he hasn't had too much competitive
136.
match practice still be a little bit of ring rut? And as the week goes on, as he gets more used to that, we may see the the best of him. He's not been pushed in a competitive environment, well, since the seniors match play. That was back in July.
56. Darren Johnson, 92.
Yeah, it does. It just what you tend to find is when you're not playing regularly, you find it hard to lose yourself in a game and in a
Game
moment.
shot on the first leg.
Speaking of
Darren
losing, he's just
Johnson.
lost that leg. 14 dart from Darren Johnson. That is better from Dynamite. Darren Johnson.
Second leg, Darren to throw first. Game on.
You just sort of, it feels like you're playing. I don't know if this makes any sense, but it's how I've described it in the past. Playing on the surface of the match. You can't get yourself into the game like where you'd lose yourself in a game or in a moment. You're just
41.
playing it as a bit of a bystander, like a passenger, like a spectator. And that's what happens when you have that lack of games. And
45.
when you get a run of games like he's going to get this week, halfway through the week, he's going to get to that moment where he feels, where he gets lost in a game, and that's when we might start to see Peter
60.
Manley start to produce. But like I say, I do not believe that is today.
$37.
Well, Darren Johnson won the first leg in 14 darts. After 9, he is a long way back
43.
here. Whilst we've got a little bit of time in this leg, are you ready for the return of the tungsten teaser?
Do you know what? The
100.
whole time over Christmas, I was so excited for this coming back. And do you know what? I was even laid in bed one day and I said to the missus, I says, do you think you could come up with a
36.
tungsten teaser for me? And she goes, no, wait till you get back. Henry's going to be there. You don't want to spill this moment. So here we go. Big moment.
So tonight is the semi-finals of the
100.
PDC World Darts Championship. Your tungsten teaser is this. How many PDC World Championship appearances have there been between the 4 semi-finalists?
152.
This would be more than a teaser. This would be a pleaser from
120.
Johnson, but it doesn't go.
Time
60.
is on
Darren
his
Johnson,
hands.
32. Game shot on the second
2
leg.
legs
Darren Johnson.
are on the board. Darren Johnson looking a little bit more polished in this one. He's starting to look like a guy who has just won a WDF title. Because he did.
Third leg, Peter to throw first.
And now he thinks he's throwing
on.
first. Or is he just revenging Peter Manley for making him wait?
43. $81.
It's only day one and Peter Manley is playing around a bit already. A late arrival to the hockey. And
60.
earlier on as well, I heard the when I was going upstairs, I heard the players' march goes, "Where's Peter Manley gone?" He just makes his own rules, doesn't he?
58.
He plays by the Peter Manley schedule. Peter Manley does what Peter Manley wants to do.
25.
Everywhere but the dartboard by the looks at it at the moment, because I'm sure he'd be wanting to hit more than he is at the moment.
It's not going his way one bit thus far.
59.
But speaking to him this morning, he's still got that glint in his eye about playing.
84.
Something like this just gets those juices going.
One thing you never lose is the competitive edge and the will to win. If you've got that, you have it. You can
133.
put it to the back of your mind. You can try and play it down. You can pretend it's not there, but it's there. That's why we see Gerwyn Price wanting to go and play rugby. That's why we're seeing him getting in a boxing ring.
125.
Because you just
Darren
cannot
Johnson,
shut down that part
170.
that has that drive to compete.
$98. Peter Carr, 164.
Darren Johnson will return to the board for 72, a significant moment in the match, because that would be a second breaker throw.
98,
put him
Daniel
one leg
72.
away from the match. Peter Manley on 66. You'd fancy him to get a shot. He's 100% on his doubles today, Peter Manley. You don't want to be giving him too many opportunities.
Game shot
And he
on
is
the third
going to
leg,
get
Darren Johnson.
none. Darren Johnson. He's had a 92, a 72. He's looking polished here. He's looking good. So he's got that WDF title. He's sat well in
Fourth
the
leg, Darren
rankings
to throw first.
on the
Game on.
WDF World Rankings. He's top of the Seniors Tour Order of Merit as well. He is playing well from here. It's took him a couple of games to get settled,
100.
but it's looking like he has now settled in well. And looking ahead, oh, in fact, actually, this was one of Edgar's top tips. Them 4 Edgar's top
45.
tips. This was one of them. Darren Johnson to beat Peter Manley. Darren Johnson also to beat Mould was in Edgar's top tips. That game's coming up in a couple of games' time. And the final one on Edgar's top tips was Martyn
90.
Turner to beat Manley. So looks like 2023 is starting like 2022 ended, with Edgar's top tips landing 2 out of 2.
22.
And DJ here is on track for a second consecutive victory and is leaving Peter Manley's head in a spin as he looks to try and arrest an unwanted record.
85. 43.
Did wonder when Chris Murphy mentioned about Peter Manley coming onto stage waiting for Amarillo. I believe that was the one song you didn't sing at the Christmas party.
81.
We went through the whole of that CD album, didn't we, Matt?
Well, you did.
99. Daniel Carr 145.
This is for the match. Peter Manley
85.
a long way back. 292. Really needs a lot of darts at this. So Darren Johnson, 20 and tops.
60.
To condemn Peter
Daniel
Manley
Carr,
to his
60.
second 4-0 defeat of the day.
$20.
Doesn't go, but he's got time.
$90. Daniel Carr 40.
To be the fourth
Game
4-0 of
shot
the
in the
day,
match,
and it
Darren
is sealed
Johnson.
by Darren Johnson, who gets the better of Peter Manley by that scoreline. And so Johnson gets himself back in the winners' enclosure against one dart. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Adam Mould up against Martyn Turner. Do join us.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
I know how you're feeling. You've spent all your money over Christmas and you still want to go out on Saturday night. Well, why not do something that is free and join us at the MODUS Super Series Saturday night? We'll even throw in a drink on arrival as well. How about that? Tickets available via dartshop.tv for the first finals night of 2023. But back to the first day of darts at the Super Series in 2023, and it's not going well for Peter Manley on his debut. Just beaten 4-0 for the second time today, losing out to Darren Johnson on this occasion. Manley, the man nicknamed One Dart, still has only thrown one dart at double. He did hit it, a 4-1 defeat in between those two whitewash losses. Richie Howson is flying high at the top of the Group A table, though he's won all three of his matches, ahead of Martyn Turner and Darren Johnson, both 2 out of 3, and Adam Mould and Andy Jenkins, both with 1 win apiece. And it is Adam Mould who is taking on Martyn Turner in the 10th match of the 15 that we're going to bring you live today here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, all of them described by Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Adam Mould has been a bit of a standout one today. We wasn't quite sure what to get from Adam Mould, but he's certainly shown us a very good level. The 34-year-old from Aylesbury, that career best of a last 32 on the Challenge Tour. I can see that improving on the basis of what we've seen and the level of improvement we've seen from him since taking up his darts on the ADC. He did allude to that in his interview at the start of the day, saying how it's allowing him to play more darts. And when we're looking into his ADC record, we're seeing that a lot of these darts are taking place in round-robin formats.
First leg is Adam to do first.
Playing groups A, B and C are all this round-robin format, so being able to sustain his level over this period of time, used to the format of the point gathering and losing and being able to continue,
57,
could become a big favour here for Adam Mould, and certainly going to get more darts, which is what he's putting down his progression to, playing more games.
60.
And we speak about it, don't we? Especially from the likes of Kevin Painter, Andy Hamilton are here, ex-Premier League players, that experience of group format coming to the fore, and there's
60.
Plenty of players here who have played well in competition play, but are more used to that format of one defeat and you're going home. You don't know how to deal with that setback straight
91.
after. Adam Mould, by playing in local competition formats, is probably playing as close to this as possible, because it will be one game after the other in one night.
85.
It's not like an elongated format like the Premier League where you play one Thursday, then the next Thursday, or the Grand Slam where you play one game a day, then the next. You're playing lots of games in a round robin. You're having to deal with setbacks on the fly, so to speak.
Yeah, and from personal experience, I can tell you that is something I personally struggled with in this format, losing and then going, right, you're back on again in 2 games' time. You can't be a sulker in this format, which doesn't lend itself very well to dart players.
82.
Inviting.
180.
He is RSVP'd with, yes please, I'll have the 180. Leaves himself tops. Martyn Turner responding with a big shot of his own to leave his preferred double 16. The advantage of throw. This is where it matters. Both players come down in 15 and leave the double. If you throw first,
game shot on the first leg. Adam Mould.
You get the chance to win the leg. You get 3 straight darts. Adam Mould takes it with the last one in hand. It was a good opening leg from both players.
And Adam Mould worked his way back in the leg, courtesy of that maximum.
Through first.
Because Turner was in charge of the opening proceedings. but it's Mould who gets that leg on the board.
140.
Do you just get the sense that as well as Mould is playing today, he needs to get the points on the board today and make hay whilst the sun shines?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. When you're playing
43.
well, you've got to get everything on there, because this game, it's judged over such small margins that it can all turn in the blink of an eye.
140.
Does
27.
Slightly concerned about one of the selections in Edgar's top tips today. That is Darren Johnson, Adam Mould. Coming up in 2 games' time. I went with Darren Johnson, but Adam Mould has certainly shown that he's going to be a match.
59. Martyn Turner, 81.
We should get a tipster in that knows what they're talking about, shouldn't we?
Well, this is one that pretty much nailed all the selections
49.
at the back end of last year. He started with 2 from 2 this year. Same 100% record as Peter Manley on the doubles today.
140. Martyn Turner, 32.
Well, this is for 13 darter.
Game shot on this
Finds it
second
for
leg. Martyn
15.
Turner.
And as the day's going on, I think we're seeing with Martyn Turner, like we have with others, that level's going up. He was averaging around the mid-80s range in his first couple of matches here, averaging 97. Although that's only good enough to get himself level. And in that game against Andy Jenkins, it was at 81
40
average. So he's averaging around that 80s range. But maybe he's up to just another level from here.
100.
Well, so Adam Mould, so far, it has to be fair to say this is below the standard we've seen from him over the first few games that he's played.
45.
So without a doubt, I know Martyn Turner's got the quality. An absolute fantastic game with him at the UK Open in 2011.
140.
I just expected him to do a bit more, though. I was quite surprised with how it sort of panned out for him.
82.
Maybe the Seniors Tour is going to be where it really ignites. We've seen with Richie Howson that it's because you didn't have the best professional
94.
Pro Tour type career. Doesn't mean when you get to the Seniors Tour that it's not going to be even better, because he is really producing.
100. Adam Turner, 131.
1-3-1 for Mould. He's got 6 from here to open up a 2-1 lead. Averaging 11 points less than his opponent.
41.
Couldn't crash one in. That first dart was a gorgeous lie. And it was so inviting, he decided that he might try and crack a second alongside it. So 90 for Mould. That's found the treble. It goes up for double 5, but it goes the other side, and he's busted his score.
That could be one of the biggest starts of this game.
34.
Because now, instead of coming back at a simple equation of straight for the double, he's got to start again from 90. What a recovery. 2 darts at double 15. He grimaces, snarling like a prime John Part, and taking his opportunity like a prime John Part. That was good. When you've done what happened there in terms of busting the score, you've just seen your opponent come up and have an opportunity, missing a dart to get that break. To then have the composure and the talent to deliver that 90 finish. That was a big, big moment.
And perhaps the first real test of his mentality today, and he's come up with the goods. Because perhaps the first couple of games is on a bit of a free roll.
134.
Bit of an unknown quantity, so you're wondering what to expect. But now the mentality shifts the other way, because he's playing the way he is. There is pressure and there's expectations. And when you look at the sports book, it's most certainly being reflected there.
There's been a few moves today, hasn't there? Obviously, Manley now big price if you fancy that he's going to turn it round in any of his games. For example, he's 10-1 to beat Andy Jenkins' next one. Richie Howson, rightly so as well, going the other way.
Martyn Turner, 146.
The odds are getting tighter because he is looking head and shoulders above the field.
100. Adam Newcar, 130.
Needs to find a way around it, but he can't. And so Turner returns to 46 to level this game back up.
58. Martyn Turner, 46.
And the pattern of play so far has been comfortable legs for the player throwing first.
Game shot on the fourth
The trend
leg. Martyn
continues.
Turner.
Turner levels up. And Adam Mould is just doing what we see so often sometimes when you see a disparity in the averages. Just do enough of your own darts. He's throwing first in the odd-numbered legs. That's all he has to do.
100.
The impetus is on Turner to break in this one.
85.
That side angle there as well, when you saw the retrieval of the darts from Martyn Turner again,
58.
just gives you a really good view on the angle of entry of the Martyn Turner darts. If he can get it in that bottom left corner of the treble, you'd back him
80.
to fill it up.
When that first dart just goes above
100.
like that, that's not actually a bad one, is it, for Mould?
Especially with these darts where he's got like this sort of thicker
100.
barrel down towards the point. That's going to aid, if he can clatter into that, it's going to aid his deflections in a positive way.
59.
Provided that the dart is stood up, like it is on the majority of his throws.
100.
Meanwhile, conversely for Turner, when the first dart sits down just underneath the treble bed, the way he likes to stack the darts, that's where he finds his perfect lie.
78. Martyn Turner, 136.
You can see how he moved away there because that one went under the wire. The likelihood is with these darts he's going to go underneath rather than being able to put on top.
Adam Newcar, 106.
Said big shot in the last one. This is big. Probably even bigger in the context of the match. Martyn Turner now will return 3 darts in hand
Martyn
to
Turner,
turn this
40.
game around and take a 3-2 lead.
Game shot on the fifth
Is that a
leg.
tie,
Martyn
Turner from Martyn Turner? He gets the break of throw, leads 3-2, and now has the honour to seal the victory.
6 leg Martyn to throw first. Game on. 100.
You talk about that snarl from Mould. You could see a little grimace as he got to the oche, wanting to punish
60.
the ton.
$100.
This is the moment now. You've broke the throw. You're thrown for the match. You think
60.
to yourself, 15 darts. You can go out in 15 darts, it forces your opponent to 12. To do that, you just need straight tons to have that opportunity.
140.
And that gives him some breathing room, especially when his opponent, Adam Mould, is yet to find a treble in 7 darts and growing.
100. Martyn Turner, 161.
Got a cushion on the scoreboard. Just play it safe. So he didn't need to start chasing
41.
things. Doesn't want to start making this messy. Going to get 6 darts.
59. Martyn Turner,
Maybe more.
120.
To wrap up 120 points.
That look from Adam Mould looked in resignation.
60.
He is going to return. He should get 2 darts at tops to get the job done. And it's just gone awry here for Adam Mould in
40.
this leg.
Martyn Turner 60.
One which may ultimately see him lose this match. But Turner's going to have to spurn a dart at double.
Game shot.
He
on
only
the match.
needed the 1
Martyn
dart at
Turner.
double anyway to get the better of Adam Mould by 4 legs to 2. The crucial moment came in the 5th when Turner attained the break. Before that, it was all serene with the throw. But it is Martyn Turner who seals a 4-2 victory against Adam Mould. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we are going to see in action Darren Johnson up against Richie Howson.
Well, 5 games left to go here at the Super Series on our first day back in 2023. And it has been loads of one-sided affairs so far, not a single, only one 4-3, sorry, in today's play. That was after Andy Jenkins was 3-0 up as well. So really have seen some dominant displays. And we've just seen another one, Martyn Turner, a 4-2 winner over Adam Mould, the ADC qualifier, an average 12 points, almost 13 points better off than his opponent in that one. And it means that Martyn Turner picks up a couple more points, and in doing so actually goes level with Richie Howson at the top of the table. Howson, the standout star of the day so far, though, does have a game in hand, but it is against Darren Johnson, and if Johnson can win it, then of course he will make it a 3-way tie at the top suddenly. So things could turn around a little bit here. It's all been looking like Howson was going to run away with it, but this is a really pivotal game in the context of this group on day 1 of 3 in Group A. Johnson has had a decent enough day himself so far. He beat Peter Manley, courtesy of this 92 finish that got the game started there earlier on. Excellent display from Darren Johnson that ended with a 4-0 win. And Richie Howson, well, he has been flying today. The man nicknamed the Owl. 116 checkout to defeat Adam Mould 4-1 when they met earlier on. So for Johnson, it's just the 1 defeat in his 3 matches. 2 out of 3 ain't bad as the song goes. But for Richie Howson, well, he's the one who's been hitting all the right notes so far today. Can he continue his quest for a perfect day? Let's find out. back to the boys in the box.
Some more songs there from Henry Deacon's karaoke list. I was just having a little look at what was going on there. I think Richie Howson may have had a key or something in his pocket. And when he was walking around, maybe it was just rattling or jingling. There's not a lot of sound in there. It's a silent room. So if there is something jingling, if anyone's got some change in the pocket or keys, it can rattle. I've actually been asked that myself before, playing on the Pro Tour. Have you got change in your pocket? I'm like, no, the jingly. It was on the board next to someone had the keys in the pocket. So it can just make a bit of distraction, because obviously when you're moving around and the legs are moving, it's going to jingle around the pocket. And I wouldn't be surprised if off the back of this, someone somewhere is going to get a lot of 1p coins and fill in their pocket for their local games.
But Richie Howson may not have the key, but he's most certainly had the secret, hasn't he, today? He's been the man to beat. Matthew Edgar, somewhere in the corner, bashing his head against the wall.
That was at 9 o'clock this morning.
Darren Johnson kicks off the game in perfect fashion. Let's not forget what he's done so far today. Beat Andy Jenkins by 4 legs to 2. And that's in as well. It was in, Hinksy. It was in.
When you say about what Darren Johnson's done today, for me, there's something he's done
58.
today that is the most important thing. And that is he has improved every single time he has come back out of that practice room. If we had a graph, it would just all be going in the upwards trajectory. And when you open the match with a 180, there's signs there that it's going to continue in that vein.
And he would have watched Richie in the practice
57.
room, and he would have looked at it and thought, well, he's got to up that game once again to have a chance against Howson, who's just pretty much bulldozed anyone and anything that's been put in front of him today.
100.
Kicked things off with that 4-0 win against Peter Manley, averaging 98.56. Did exactly the same in a 4-0 win against Martyn Turner.
134. Richie Car 120.
And last time out against Adam Mould, 94.73. 4-1 success in that one. Double 14 for 1-2-1 for yet another ton plus checkout.
Car 72.
Double 12, pop, pop. And it's those combinations you just sense that's got to go against Richie today. And it's exactly what Johnson does. And that's just a second lost leg of the day for Richie Howson.
Game on.
I think the most important thing there is that's the first time Richie Howson has not had everything his own way. He played well, he got down, he had a dart, didn't go in, and then Darren Johnson goes out in 14 darts. Until now, Richie Howson has not faced this today.
59.
Our first question mark of the day when it comes to Richie Howson. Can he respond by just brushing it off, or does that blow land?
It's the first time he's been behind at any juncture today.
60.
I can tell you as well as a
55.
player, that last shot from Darren Johnson, it makes you feel a little bit sick. Even though it's only 59 points, you'd normally be happy with your opponent hitting 59. But when they go single one, you think, hello. And then when they've hit the treble with the
100.
last dart.
It creates a body
42.
blow effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, just laughing because Henry nearly adding to the list of things he's fell off this last couple of weeks. He's fell off the
60.
stage, the stairs, nearly off his chair.
I put on a bit of timber over Christmas.
101.
Richie Howson will be hoping he doesn't fall off the top of the table put himself at the top, and the way he's played and with the pedigree, expect that that position will not change
134
throughout these 3 days. Made that bold prediction that I fancied him.
80. Richie
Do the
Howson,
clean
56.
sweep. 15 from 15.
Double 16, just
40.
inside, and so
Daniel
Johnson
Carr,
will get a poke
164.
at the 164. Triple 18. Bullseye for Roof Razor.
139. Richie Howson, 16.
And it's been those sorts of crumbs, which is all Richie Howson has allowed his opponents. Double
Green
2.
shot on the second layer. Richie Howson.
And that was nearly a bona fide opportunity there for Darren Johnson, but Richie Howson levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Darren to throw first. Game on. $43.
You get the sense that this is a big leg. If Howson gets the break here, he has the throw for 3-1.
57.
You just get the sense today when he's hit the front, there's just been no way back.
$7.
Richie Howson mentioned in his interview earlier on that he's got a county game coming up as well. He's a big follower of the county system. He's always played his darts around Essex. He's doing quite well in the Super League at the moment. Sat
95.
4th in their stats. He does have a game in hand, which could see him really close down Steve Johnson of Brentwood in the top position.
49.
But he's always been one of those players that's really enjoyed his county darts. He has fluctuated between the A and the B team. One thing for sure,
140.
right now, he is playing in the A team.
A-star darts.
180.
Essex also a county that's brought through some very good referees as well.
137.
A couple of our referees are from that particular county.
$140. Richie Howson, 72.
72 for Howson. Will stay there to give himself one dart at double
Green
16
shot on the third
for the
leg.
breaker
Richie
throw and a
Howson.
2-1 lead. And you just get the sense that could be a pivotal moment in this match. Because once Howson today has got in front, he has not allowed his
Fourth leg,
opponents
Richie to throw first. Game on.
the opportunities to peg back.
Interesting, actually. I'm just looking at the county records for this year. Richie Howson's won all 4 games in the A
140.
team. And the man of the match performance, but I've just caught my eye to one of the people playing in the Essex
100.
county team. Keegan Brown. That's interesting. Played 3 games this year. 37.11 man of the match
40.
when they played against Warwick. I guess that's Warwickshire.
Your home county, isn't it,
41.
Warwickshire?
It's actually Northamptonshire, but I played for Warwickshire. And it's because I live on the borderline between the two. And at the time, Northampton were Division 3 and Warwickshire was a Premier League county. So
91.
wanted to play in the Premier League. And also wanted to play with my pals. I used to enjoy county darts, actually, especially on a
55.
Saturday. Used to always play the Saturday. Watch a bit of soccer Saturday. Watch Jeff Stelling and Kamara.
See, I don't need to play county to play with all the friends I've got darts. I just
140.
set a board on my own.
Oh, yeah. If you set the board up at home,
96.
then obviously you've got everyone there. You've
Richie
got you,
Howson,
your mum.
90.
Everyone's there for you. And still only the second best player in the house.
72.
To be fair, I'll play against a dartbot. That's still the best player in the house. So Howson returning for double 9 for 3-1 to continue this
95.
perfect winning
Richie
record for the day.
18. Game shot on the fourth flag.
There's no
Richie
relenting
Howson.
from the Owl.
And this isn't because Darren Johnson's playing
Fifth leg, Darren to
a
throw
lower
first.
level.
Game
Darren
on.
Johnson, this, by stats and averages, this is again an improvement on what we have seen from him today. The problem is Richie Howson is
140.
playing exactly like we've seen from him today. If anything, it's slightly down from Howson, but that's just purely on those doubles, those checkouts. He's 3 from 9, which is perfectly acceptable. 33%
100.
is the baseline for what we say is the international standard. It's just Howson's been better than that today, so you judge him a little bit more harshly.
48.
And the fact of the matter is, this average for Darren Johnson against any other player would, if not beat them, give himself a very good chance of getting the victory. But the game perhaps hinges here on the scoring power pack as Howson looks to power in what would have been his second max of the match. As you can see there, 6-4 in the ton plus, 4-2 in the ton 40s, and that's afforded Howson more opportunities later on in the leg.
101.
Very warm welcome back to 2023 for the scoring power pack.
80.
That was an unfortunate timed bounce out there for Richie Howson, because even the 20 points there would have left him on an outshot.
43.
One went from unlucky, the other one went to poor. Not keeping that dart straight as just give Richie Howson the big thumbs up.
57.
An Andrew Gilding size thumbs up.
$99. Richie Howson, 124.
Well, for the match, he likes to end the games with a tumpless finish. Done all of his games so far with a biggie. This would have been the biggest of them all.
56. Darren
Will can
Johnson,
do
70.
This one with a biggie, but that would involve him losing this leg. A plan which would not be plan A for Richie Howson.
Game shot on
He's
the
going to
fifth
have to
flag.
adopt
Darren
plan
Johnson.
B. Darren Johnson just held on to his throw.
18 dart leg that.
Six leg Richie.
He's just
first.
hanging in
Game
there,
on.
isn't he? Just giving Richie Howson that little nudge on the shoulder just to say, don't think this is over yet, pal.
100.
You still got to cross the line. You still need to find that final double. And until you do that, I will be breathing all the way
41.
down your neck.
$100.
2 solid tons to start for Howson.
$56.
Is that the beginning of the end of this game now? Because Richie Howson has got over 100 points on the board, plus the advantage of throw.
$100.
Even a 180 now for Darren Johnson still puts him behind. He is going to need to see Richie Howson make mistakes.
90.
That is something he has not done too often today, if at all.
100.
Was it Muse who sung the song Time Is Running Out?
96. Richie Howson, 101.
Probably before your time. Whoever it was, they might be right in terms of Darren Johnson, because time is running out here. Richie Howson has wrapped all of his games up with a 100-plus finish, and he does it for the 4th time today. 106 against Peter Manley for the match, 116 against Martyn Turner for the match, 116 against Adam Mould for the match, and he adds to that column now with 101 out for the match against Darren Johnson. He's got one more game coming today. That is the last game of the day against Andy Jenkins. Can he make it 5 from 5 on Ton Plus winning checkouts? But coming next, we've got Andy Jenkins, and he's going to be taking on Peter One Dart Manley.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Completely free to watch, completely free to attend as well. Saturday nights tickets are available via dartshop.tv. If you can get down here to Portsmouth, do come and join us. Absolutely free. That is the place to get them. And well, Richie Howson, he seems to be flying at the moment. The Owl has won all of his matches so far. Fantastic stuff from him. Coming back to beat Darren Johnson 4-2 there. Was behind in that match. The first time today that he found himself behind, but just showed his class in the end. Another average north of 90 for Howson, and another three-figure finish as Matthew Edgar was waxing lyrical about previously, and it means he is clear at the top of the table. 8 points, 2 ahead of Martyn Turner, who's won 3 from his 4. Darren Johnson remains on 4. Adam Mould and Andy Jenkins on 2. And Peter Manley yet to get off the mark, but he does face Andy Jenkins in the next match. A bit of a rivalry renewed, this one. The pair used to play when they were both at the very top of the sport many moons ago. In fact, they did meet. The last time they met was at the 2010 World Championship. It turned out to be Peter Manley's last World Championship. He won that match. So will Rocky get his revenge all these years later? Let's find out with Henry and Matthew.
Well, they say you never forget. Maybe that's the case here with Andy Jenkins. You say there's that bit of history. Andy Jenkins eyed this one up at the very start of the day. If you missed the interviews at the start of the day, Andy Jenkins cast his eye over the day and said, Peter Manley, he wanted this one. Is that the reason, you think? He fancied a bit of Peter Manley to get a bit of revenge from all those years ago. The 60-year-old, the 3-time World Championship runner-up. We'll find out tonight. 2 players that will be playing in that final. Semi-finals night over at the Alexandra Palace. Well, will Jenkins get his revenge from all those years back? What we've seen today certainly suggests that that could be the case. But Jenkins has lost his last 2 matches today. He lost game 8 to Martyn Turner. And he lost game number 6 to Darren Johnson. He's going to probably want to start well just so he can shake off those vibes.
And they say revenge is a dish best served cold, and a dish best served cold is usually one that's been hanging around for a little while, and most certainly in this case it's been 13 years since they've last met professionally. Do you realise when they last met at the PDC World Championship in 2010, Gordon Brown was Prime Minister, Cheryl Cole was #1 of the UK charts. Remember that song, You Gotta Fight for Your Love? That was #1 in the charts at that particular moment in time. 55. People were going crazy for JLS on the X Factor. And Susan Boyle was just about a household name on Britain's Got Talent. How the times have changed.
I think you sang all them songs as well, didn't you, on the karaoke night?
And more to the point, you could buy a packet of Mars planets back in them days.
128.
There's something I forgot about, and probably for a good reason.
Mars Planet was the goat of chocolates. Andy Jenkins is looking to be the goat of this leg, the winner of this leg. And will do so in 14 darts. Much improved start from Rocky here, leading Manley by a leg to 0. And he did say, didn't he, Jenks, in his pre-match interview earlier on this morning, he did say, I want to get at Manley. I want to beat Manley. He's a leg up against Manley.
And he's stood at the back. He's laughing about something. Something's tickled him.
100.
Well, he's enjoying himself up there, isn't he?
66. 60.
And of course, you can get in contact with us here at the MODUS Super Series. We're available on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. The address you need is at MSS Darts. You can send myself and Matt tweets and messages.
as well via that channel and also by our personal social media at the Edgar 501 at H_Deacon We'll answer any of your questions, read out any of your observations and your thoughts. Keep them fun, keep them clean, and we'll engage with the viewer today.
60. 76. 51. 43.
This is for a breaker throw for Jenkins. So many of those people that took those very, very skinny odds, I can tell you before this game started, Andy Jenkins was 1 to 20 to win this match.
122.
That has been chomped in all day long. Ball. That's a
90.
happy accident.
Peter Carr,
However,
42.
Peter Manley has not missed a dart at the double so far in this tournament. He's still 50%. That's one hit, one miss.
10.
33% now.
32.
And it turned out in the end to be the excellent setup play by Andy Jenkins.
$24. Peter Carr, 32.
The free opportunities have come and gone, and so Manley returns to the 32 to level up.
Game shot on the second leg. Peter Manley.
That's the second leg of the day. But Peter Manley got one leg off Adam Mould. He's now got a leg off Andy Jenkins.
The leg Andy to throw first. Game on.
History does have a habit of repeating itself.
Well, I don't know what's happening on the stage, but them two just cannot help but laugh and enjoy themselves. You can have some
45.
fun in amongst a serious business that is the Super Series.
$100.
And whilst we have a three-time World Championship finalist and a former
85.
World Championship semi-finalist here, shall we reveal the answer to today's tungsten teaser?
I've been waiting,
95.
thinking of nothing else for the last half an hour.
The question was, how many PDC World Championship appearances have there been between the four semi-finalists?
100.
Gabriel Clements, Dimitri Vandenberg, Michael Smith and Michael Van Gerwen. The correct answer is 39.
70.
Congratulations to those of you at home who got that correct. And don't forget, you can keep in contact with us. Any thoughts, observations at MSS Darts. We'll lead some out in the next game.
96. Andy Ricard, 136.
Jenkins with 6 darts here for a 2-1 lead in this.
$120.
Well, we said it was the perfect setup play in the last leg. That is definitely the perfect setup play there from Andy Jenkins to leave himself the double 8. But Manley, perfect setup play again. He's improving. I said he's going to get better as this goes. This might be getting a bit of desperate times.
8. Peter Carr, 40.
Tops for Manley.
This is to take the lead for the first time today.
Double 10.
20. Andy Ricard, 8.
And you can sense his frustration. That was a big opportunity.
Game
And
shot on the
Jenkins
third
takes
leg.
full
Andy
advantage and
Jenkins.
gets himself 2-1 in front. Manley with a true chance of taking the lead. Couldn't convert, and then he would have had the darts of 3-1. But as we have it, it is still all with throw.
Those backers at 1 to 20, those people that like their big favourites, just breathe a big, big sigh of relief.
60. 85.
Well, we called him one dart for his one dart success. Well, it's now one dart from 8 in this match. Andy Jenkins 2 from 10 on the outer ring.
100.
And I wonder as well for Manley whether this, or given just something, he's in a battle in this game, whereas his first couple of games are 4-0 defeats, and then the other game, even though he won a leg,
30.
He never felt as if he was in the game. Here you sense he's in this match.
Remember what I said to you earlier, when you're not playing competitively,
96.
you become a bystander or a passenger. He's not a passenger here. This is where he is going to start to build. When the mind and the body are both engaged with the task,
60.
That's when you're going to start to build up that experience, that match readiness. And it's these sort of games
100.
that are going to make him more prepared for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. And in his case, he'll be hoping Saturday as well, because it is these 5 days that will decide who goes through.
97.
Saturday's
And
final,
you've got
6
80.
places available.
Decided to go treble
40.
17 there.
Peter Car 154.
Instead of the 25 and Bull. So Manley returns to 154. Cool, this would be a roof raiser if it went. It's not going to go.
So 3 more darts for Andy Jenkins to break the throw. Missed opportunities
54.
to break the throw
And your car 40.
in the last. Can he convert this time? 5s.
35.
Another
Visual car
3 darts
100.
comes and goes for Andy Jenkins. Manley, one of the original players that did this tops route.
60.
That was a
And your
great
car
effort
5.
there. This one becomes tricky under these circumstances. Right in the middle. That was a good confident dart there from Jenkins. Double 1.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And
Andy
he finally
Jenkins.
gets the breaker throw off Manley as there's more laughing and embrace. Jenkins now throwing for the match.
5th leg, Andy did through first. Game on. $60.
I've never seen him smile so much. I think when he laughed at 1-1, I think that's the first time I've seen Andy
58.
Jenkins smile in the 12 years or so I've known him. And he's certainly changing that ratio as this
125.
match goes.
It's like two pals who haven't seen each other in years, having a good old laugh, having a good old time.
140.
That 140 was like old times for Peter Manley.
140.
I think Jenkins feels like he's got this one now. You can see the pace in the stride, the pace in the throw. He feels like this is done. And Manley, despite all the years of experience,
83.
the counting is certainly not up to date with the modern day approach of the player.
100.
The 19s would have been the better option there for Manley. Could have left himself on the 170 or the 132. The 20s, he needed a max. Yet to hit a max today.
100. Andy requires 76.
Might not have many more opportunities in this one. Tops.
56. Peter Car 120.
This is to save the match. Tops!
80. Andy Car 20.
I think you made him jump.
Game shot and the match. Andy
Jenkins gets over the line. Favourite backers would have had a few nervy moments in the early ones of that one, but it ended up being quite regulation and cushy in the end. Andy Jenkins, a 4-1 victory over Peter Manley. He got the revenge that he sought at the very start of the day, and he's got one more game to come. That is our last game when he takes on tabletopper Richie Howson. But before then, we've got Darren Johnson taking on Mould.
Welcome back. Just 3 games to go on this first day of MODUS Super Series action in 2023. It's not going the way of Peter Manley so far. The 3-time World Championship finalist has lost all 4 of the matches he's played so far, including that one before the break there. But he did get his chances in it, didn't he? 9 darts missed at double against Andy Jenkins, who finally got his revenge for that defeat at the Ali Pali 13 years ago. Jenkins then getting a victory that sees him move on to 4 points in the Group A table, level with Darren Johnson in the middle of the stack. Adam Mould just behind them. Manley obviously bottom without a win. Martyn Turner 2 off the top, which is Richie Howson, who has produced by far the highest standard so far today. But Darren Johnson and Adam Mould are about to go head-to-head now, their final outing of the day. And Johnson, well, he has produced some good stuff, and he did threaten Richie Howson when the pair met a couple of games ago. Took out this 72 to lead. It was the only time today that Howson has found himself behind in that match against Johnson, but he did go on to turn it around and win that one, Richie Howson. As for Adam Mould, well, he took out this nice 90 against Martyn Turner, but ultimately went on to lose that match, also by a 4-2 scoreline. So the last appearance for this pair of day 1 of 3 in Group A. Which one of them will end it on a high? Let's find out. Back to Henry and Matt.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so we enter the final round of fixtures for the day. Adam Mould, on his debut day here at the Super Series, has played some impressive stuff, as most certainly shone on debut-wise. For Darren Johnson, he has been the dictionary definition of solid so far.
Yeah, without really being brilliant, he's kept himself in the mix, which does say that if he can start to find his very best, he should be able to really close in on them top positions. He'd be expecting to at least be in Group B. That would be his minimum expectation. That is top 3. But speaking of 3, this is leg number 3 of Edgar's top tips. That 5-1 little, well, it's a little bit more than 5-1. Little 4-timer I gave you earlier on today. We've had 2 of them land.
Game on.
Johnson beating Manley. Jenks beating Mould. And then this was another leg of that prediction. Darren Johnson to win is Adam Mould. Although from what I've seen of Adam Mould, I'm not
90.
as confident as I was earlier. But I still think Darren just pips him to the post.
58.
It'd be interesting to see how he responded, because in that previous game against Martyn Turner, it was perhaps the first time we've just seen him dip below
76.
the standard a little bit.
I think the thing we're starting to see with Adam Mould at the moment,
57.
and right on cue really, is we're starting to see treble-less visits. The big scores are still there, the finishes are there when he gets there, but the increase
97.
of treble-less visits now for Adam Mould is just giving his opponents a little bit more time.
140. 60. 140.
Brilliant there from Adam. 2 treble-less visits and backs it up with 140, 140. Asked the question to the recent Northern Ireland
85.
champion.
Adam Yorkar, 106. 41.
See the disappointment in that last dart. Needs a treble from here, 84 points. That does not help. That's not the treble he wanted. It is a treble, but it's
31.
not an ideal
Adam
one.
Yorkar, 65.
Adam Mould to break the throw. Tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Good leg
Adam
of darts
Mould.
there from Adam. He didn't open it the strongest, but he finished it the stronger of the 2. breaks the throw, takes an early lead over Darren Johnson, averaging around the 90 really, a 17-darter, isn't he? He'll be happy if he can put in a few more around that sort of 15 to 18 barrier, because that'll keep him around that 90 mark for the match.
And just the way he released those first 3 darts there, that was a throw of
56.
confidence. And when he's throwing confident, you've got that, look at the snare, the snarl.
60.
He gives every dart a bit of attitude.
$90.
Good thinking as well here from Adam.
171.
Good thinking and good delivery, good application.
140. Adam Yukar, 135.
Broke the throw. Now he's looking to confirm it with a hold.
95.
Responding well after the defeat to Martyn Turner. Didn't really perform in that 177. He lost the game before that to Howson, like everybody is
30.
doing.
Adam Yukar, 40.
And he got the one win today. That was against Peter Manley.
Game shot on the
He's
second
halfway
leg. Adam Mould.
To a second victory of the day. Keep himself in the running here in Group A, a 3-day group. Concludes on Wednesday.
Third leg, Darren to throw first.
As much as we've been waxing lyrical about Mould's performances, they haven't really, as of yet, correlated into results. If he can get himself 2 and 3 for the day on 4 points, when you look at the way the table is
100.
occupied now, it would mean Howson on 8, Turner 6, Johnson, Jenkins, Mould on 4. Of course, there's other games still to go, and then Manley will be
100.
locked on 0. Manley up next against Martyn Turner, and then our final game of the day, we'll see Richie Howson take on Andy Jenkins.
140. 140.
Sort of feel the way this one is going. This is the leg for Darren Johnson. He has to get it wrapped up here. He has to win this leg.
100.
Adam Mould goes 3-0 up. He will be throwing first for the match. You just feel like 3-0 might be too big of a mountain for Darren Johnson to climb.
60. Darren Yukar, 100.
But he's going to get 6. Didn't need to go for the bullseye. He can square it up if he wants. 64 after 12. Good leg this with the darts. But Mould, like he has done all game long, is breathing right down his tail.
100. Darren Yukar, 64.
And if this 64 doesn't go, this game would have reached its tail. 88. Now 44.
Game shot on the third
to make it 2-1. To get a leg back, but Mould here has the darts to re-establish that 2-leg cushion. And if he can do exactly that, he'll be just 1 leg away from what will be his second victory on debut day here at the Super Series. And that is some way to start.
140.
140 puts him in command of the leg right from the get-go.
You can see that Darren Johnson was very well aware of the situation
81.
there. A little tip of the head to the board in acknowledgement of that double 4. He was fancying that Adam Mould could come up and take that one. And, I mean, rightly so when you look at what Adam's doing here.
84.
This is by far his best performance of the day.
Well, it's the best performance of the day thus far, numerically speaking.
39. 134.
This is scintillating to watch.
100. Adam Yukar,
Johnson again playing steady in a game, but seems as if he's bringing the best out of his opponents today.
We did
59.
mention, didn't we, that Adam Mould plays a lot of round-robin formats. With that, will he get stronger as the day goes on? You're used to this sort of multiple games in a day, whether you
60.
win or lose.
Adam Yorkar, 84.
It certainly is looking the case. He's getting better. It's for a 14.
72.
Got time. He's got a cushion. But this is one of them shots where you start coming inside, it can start getting messy.
100. Adam Yorkar, 12.
Now it does get messy.
6. Darren Yorkar, 121.
Darren Johnson will like this position. He'll know that Adam will be a little bit twitchy about those threes.
37.
And that
Adam
is
Yorkar,
unlucky. I don't use the word often. That certainly is the definition of that. Going straight for it, he is.
Game shot on the
That's a
fourth
good
leg.
dart.
Adam Mould.
We mentioned earlier on about how his darts sort of suit going underneath. With that dart there, he kind of blocked half of the bed. He had half a bed to go at. He's
Fifth
come
leg
around
Darren to
that
throw
one
first.
and
Game
in the
on.
double three. Puts himself one leg away from his second victory of the day.
36.
I know there's been a lot of talk about Adam Mould on social media. You can get in contact with us at MSS Darts.
60.
I've had a couple of tweets. You've had any communications as of yet, Matt?
I don't know, I'm getting lost in all the... getting so many messages about Gerwyn
56.
Price and his headgear that it's hard to filter them.
Now, I've had a first. I've had a birthday shout-out request. So
100.
many happy returns to Steve Taylor for tomorrow. Many, many happy birthday returns for that. And, of course, you want to get in contact with us at MSS Darts. We get a lot of people tuning in
59.
on their lunch break. I know it's a bank holiday today, but some people have to work bank holidays, Matt, don't they?
Never get a day off.
Plenty tune in as well from Australia, America, around Europe, of course. So wherever you are tuning into us from, thank you for tuning in and joining us. The starter ahead of the delicious action that's going to be taking place tonight at the Alexandra Palace, the semi-finals of the PDC World Championships. So we're going to see Michael Smith take on Gabriel Clement, followed by Dimitri van den Berg up against Michael van Gerwen.
140. Adam Yorkar, 150.
This for the match.
60. Darren Yorkar, 70.
Oh, now that makes it awkward. It might mean that he's going to have to go 14s for the ball. Oh, he's got the treble. That's double 11. Nice double this for a right-handed player.
59.
Not
Adam
for
Yorkar,
Darren
90.
Johnson. This is for the match. Took this out earlier on. It was on the double 15. And you do it on the 2 5s.
80. Darren Yorkar, 11.
Sort of feel Johnson needs to take this, and then it's all on that next leg. He's
No
not even going to
score.
dart.
Adam Yorkar, 10.
That's not the first time that's happened today either.
Game shot in the match.
And that
Adam
comes to cost Darren Johnson as Adam Mould seals a 4-1 victory. It's a second win on debut day for Adam Mould, who has impressed with his performances and gets it backed up with a result there, averaging 89 in a 4-1 success against Johnson. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to have one final trip today with one dart Peter Manley in action. He takes on Martyn Turner. Do join us next.
So ADC number 3, Adam Mould, signs off with a victory on his debut day here at the MODUS Super Series. A 4-1 success for Mould, who qualified through that amateur darts circuit system, over Darren Johnson, a former finalist on the PDC Pro Tour. A good performance from Mould, really, averaging just shy of 90 in that one. And that means he picks up a couple more points and ends his day in Group A on 4. Currently in 3rd spot in the group table. That could change over the next couple of matches. However, Darren Johnson will probably be disappointed not to have built on the 4 points that he already had, but there's a long way to go in this group yet. 2 more days of action, of course, and 2 more matches in today's action as well, including the last outing of the day for the former world #1 Peter Manley, who's just about to play Martyn Turner in the penultimate match of this session. Martyn Turner's had a decent day himself. He actually got the better of Adam Mould a little earlier. This 60 checkout, getting the victory for the man from York. And he meets Peter Manley. A man he actually has played once before. It was back in 2009 when they met on the PDC Professional Tour. Manley won that one, but he's yet to win today. So can the 3-time World Championship finalists sign off with a victory, or will this one go the way of Turner? Let's find out the penultimate match of this session in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. It's been a brilliant trip down memory lane here today with Peter Manley, reminiscing of the brilliant times in the past, but he'll be hoping to finish off the day with victory here up against Martyn Turner, one of the consistent performers in the middle part of the table. Manley looking to get his first 2 points to his name on his debut day here at the Super Series. Meanwhile, for Turner, he has won 3 of his 4 games so far. Howson the only man to beat him, but then no one's beaten Howson as of yet. Andy Jenkins is the only man who could still possibly do that in the final game of the evening. But what he can do is put himself level with the table topper. But for Manley, you just sense, just to give him something to leave today by, getting a victory would be huge for him.
It would be, but I think he's a long way off winning an entire game at the moment, especially against Martyn Turner, who played his 89.82 average against Adam Mould in his last game. He's put some decent performances in today. He's looked very settled, very composed.
26.
I think this is a massive, massive ask on what we've seen so far today.
140.
2 more games to go here. Then we got 2 brilliant games tonight at Alexandra Palace for the semi-finals of the World Championships.
42.
And no doubt there's going to be a bumper German TV audience seeing whether their home man, Gabriel Clemens, can make history
57.
and become the first German player to reach the final of a World Championship.
43.
We've seen a bit of history, haven't we? Dimitri Vandenberg making the semi-finals. The first Belgian, we've seen the first German. There's 2 opportunities there for a bit of history in that final. I think the most likely one is Clemens, because I just can't see anybody touching Van Gerwen.
64.
If you put the 2 performances of each other together, we'll talk about it a bit more in the next leg, as Turner leads himself on 164 after 9. This has been a positive start here for Turner.
100.
Himself on 64 after 12. Manley way back.
44. Martyn requires 64.
Another one of them. Leaves himself the requisite
48.
double. He's going to come back.
Could come back many times if he needs to. Manley 60. All the way back,
Martyn
even with that 60.
16.
2-2-2. That's sat nicely here for someone like Martyn. I'll be disappointed with that dart.
12.
And that one.
And suddenly it becomes a bit of a mess with Manley all the way back on 2-2-2. The Benno. Now things get interesting.
140.
This double two ain't as routine as what it would have felt like a couple of seconds ago.
Game shot on the first
Or maybe
leg.
it is
Martyn
routine
Turner.
after all. Turner with a break, leading Manley by a leg to nil.
Second leg, Martyn to throw first. Game on.
Well, the scoring phase of this match for Martyn Turner has been exceptional. He had two 140s in the last leg, a 180 in this one.
60.
When Manley's not finding much on his scoring all day, that's going to buy you as many darts as a double as you need to get over the line.
59. $54. 44. 57.
Sort of feel a bit here for Manley, don't you? Because a lot of the time we can see signs within
98.
the players, but it's just not there today for Manley. Now, I do think he'll get stronger as the week goes. I stand by that statement.
140.
I'm just saying that I don't see
Martyn
many
Turner,
signs he could go his first
120.
maximum of the day.
Expert punditry.
Tops.
Game shot on the
That's a
second
good leg of
Martyn
darts
Turner.
from Martyn Turner. Puts himself halfway to victory. At the moment, there's not much resilience coming from
Third
Manley,
leg,
who
Peter to throw first.
again
Game
has
on.
not managed a dart on the double yet so far in this game.
What is it like in that scenario that Peter's in at the minute?
Who's to say I've been
60.
in that position? I've been in that position many a time, of course I have.
131.
It sucks. It's one of those situations where you just want the day to be over. You just want to move to another day. Sometimes it's just,
125.
it feels like you've never thrown a dart in your life. When you get those days, you just want to move to another one. It all could change tomorrow. Every day's different. We live in the future and the present rather than the past. Martyn Turner, though, second 180. It's like Martyn Turner can sense the opportunity here. I mean, he's averaging nearly 100.
What's the saying? Yesterday's history and tomorrow's a mystery.
And right now is a nightmare for Manley.
100.
However,
Martyn, your car,
say that, we did have a
112.
conversation earlier. He is sat top of the table of the fantasy football at the moment. Although he did play his bench
47.
boost this week, which I thought was a bit of a risky strategy there from Peter.
He hit the second treble there. I was hoping he'd just go for the 180 to leave 9.
65.
65 for 3-0 for Martyn Turner. This has been a really good performance.
45.
Just dragged
Peter
below
Van
tops,
90.
and so Manley should get a dart here at the bullseye. The bullseye. Didn't even think about the treble.
65. Martyn, your car, 20.
And so double 10 for the double break,
Game shot on the third
which
leg.
is accrued by Martyn Turner, and he is just a leg away from victory now. To pile on the misery for Peter Manley. Talking about bullseyes.
Fourth leg, Martyn to throw first.
Do you
Game
remember
on.
that famous almost 9 darter by Peter Manley when he tried to check it out? Tops
135.
bull, and he just scared the wire on the 25. World Match Play final, Rod Harrington, 1999.
I don't, but I do know I was there. I don't remember the shot. I was there, though, for that. Showing my age as well.
I wasn't even born.
180.
This is a quality performance from Martyn Turner. We were saying in the break not too long ago that actually there seems to have not been many
44.
180s today. Well, Martyn Turner's had 3 in this match.
Well, it's a king of the oche performance if you
96.
have a flutter on those types of market moves. He may be just 2 or 3 more darts away from victory. It would put him
41.
joint top
Martyn
with Howson. It would make
Turner.
him one of the main pretenders and contenders to win the group.
50.
Tops after 12 to round off a solid display.
45. Martyn McCall, 40. Game shot and the match, Martyn Turner.
Martyn Turner gives us a quiet roar with a 4-0 victory there. He ends his day quite well. 8 points for Martyn Turner, 4 from 5. A very, very good return for him. His best for last. 120 finish on the board as well. But that was saving the best for last for Martyn Turner. The best of the day is coming up last. That is Richie Howson. Can he make it clean sweep number 1? If he does so, he's going to have to beat Andy Jenkins in our last game that's coming up in just a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back. Well, 1 match left to play here on Monday at the MODUS Super Series, but it wasn't to be the dream debut for Peter Manley. In fact, it turned out to be the nightmare after Christmas for the former world #1. It's another 4-0 defeat, 3 of those today and 3 4-1 defeats for one dart. Martyn Turner enjoying a thumping win, including a 120 checkout and 3 180s in that one. The final match of the day will feature the league leader, Richie Howson, who is joint top at the moment after that win from Martyn Turner. Turner, though, has lost a game today. Howson hasn't. He faces Andy Jenkins, though, looking to spoil that perfect day. Andy Jenkins, of course, wanting to make it through to finals night on his home patch in Portsmouth on Saturday. You could be there as well. Free tickets available via dartshop.tv. But as I said, Howson has been the standout performer of the day. He's taken out many three-figure finishers, including a 101 checkout against Darren Johnson, which you can see right now. And he is looking to sign off in style with a clean sweep of victories. So let's get the final game of the day underway then. Can Rocky wreck Howson's haul, or will the Owl win them all? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so the final battle of the opening day sees the player of the day, Richie Howson, in action up against Andy Jenkins, who currently occupies 4th position. And if he gets the better of Howson in this particular matchup, he would only be 2 points behind him going into the overnight. And then the first game tomorrow would be the reverse fixture between the two. So if Jenkins can actually do the double here, he'd actually go level on points of Howson. And we say this every single week that we commentate together here, Matt, at the Super Series, that the last game on day one can have such a significant impact in the group, because it's not just the last game of one day, the first day of the next. If you can get the 4 points from those particular set of fixtures, you put yourself in great stead before anybody else has thrown a dart.
First,
yeah, it's like a double whammy, isn't it? And
game on.
You know, we look at Richie Howson. He clearly doesn't mind the early mornings. 98.56 with all that disturbance. He managed to put in that great performance, but he's done that all day. I've been mightily impressed with Richie Howson. This is one of the best performances of a whole day I have ever seen here at the Super Series. Yes, we've seen people go up an average 110, 108, but I've also seen those same players on that same day average 80. Richie Howson has been between around about a 93 and a 98 all day. That is sustained quality.
97.
Anytime you break that 93, that's the quality you need at the very top level. And Howson's been there all day. This has been magic.
59.
The Magic Owl, will he have the final howl of the first day of 2023 here at the Super Series?
180.
First max of the match goes his way. Leads himself on 164 after 9.
164.
He's going to get 6 because Jenkins leads 165.
60.
Oh, there was much he could have done really about that.
$125.
But it's set up perfectly. Tots after 12. This is the whole throw here for Richie Howson. And so he gives himself one dart, a double 16, and that's all he needs. The king of the ton topper strike again. Richie Howson takes a 1-0 lead. And I don't know what it is about the theme of today, but this has been a day of darts played in good spirits. It's been a well-mannered, well-humoured group, this one.
I think what's gone on here, I think we're seeing a spillover of some of the practice room banter. I wouldn't have been surprised if at some point,
100.
maybe in the practice room, Jenkins would have been aware of the fact that Howson's taking all these Templars finishes and gone, I'd like to see you take one of them against me. And then
59.
the opening leg, he's done it, and it's just like one of those comments that just make you chuckle at the time.
When the first start sits like that, I'd be stunned if he only scores
100.
a ton.
I'll be stunned if people right now aren't going down to their local bookmakers and saying, what price is Richie Howson to win the
81.
World Seniors? Because he is making an impact and a statement day.
Should say he's not 100% in yet, but you'd expect him to be at the Circus Tavern at the early stages of February. Now, Jenkins here, we spoke about this earlier with Peter Manley on 303, starting
81.
upstairs. Heading downstairs, you just have the opportunity with a couple of treble 19s to tee yourself up to a finish.
100. 130. Richie Howson, 141.
It's a good game. Andy Jenkins really raising it here to take on Richie Howson. He's really rising to the challenge. That was a very fortunate
89.
deflection. I think they hit
Andy
the
Howson,
actual dart
92.
and went in.
Had a James Richardson all those weeks ago.
41. Richie Howson, 52.
He rushed that last dart, just expected to hit the big 20, threw it, and he's ended up slipping in the 1. That just gives a little bit more breathing room for Richie Howson. Just makes him feel a bit
36.
better about this.
Andy Howson, 51.
He won't be feeling better about it now. This should be 3 darts at a double here for Jenkins. He knows that. He just recomposes himself. Make sure not to make the same mistake again. He plumps that bang
Game
in
shot
the
on
middle.
second leg. Andy Jenkins.
Finishes off the double 16. Much, much better from Andy Jenkins. More of the same from Richie Howson. And that means we've got quite the game on our hands here.
Third leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Decent stuff, this. They've at 1 apiece. Mind you, this is the final game of the day. We return tomorrow morning from 9:30 here
91.
on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We're also going to be live on Sporty Stuff TV. For those of you joining us in the UK. And of course, do subscribe to the MODUS Super
35.
Series YouTube channel. We're going to have plenty of content alongside the live action, highlights, game of the day. We'll even do some bonus bits in 2023. The likes of myself,
41.
Matt, Mace, Nico, Duzza, Murph and the rest of the team. Bringing you all the action here
60.
from the live lounge in Portsmouth. We're here for 50 weeks. We're going to see champions crown. We're going to see special moments.
$61.
We're going to see a bit of drama. We may see a little bit of madness as well.
Oh, is Dowell Fitton joining the Legends?
140.
Tell you what, that wouldn't be a bad shout, would it? You'll have to come equipped with the shades, though.
100.
Get Dowell and Tony together. Won't be a quiet practice room. Maybe get Gary
59.
Robson in. Get the gang back together.
$140.
Brilliant last start. Tom 40 leads him on 68. But that sum were tossed by Jex.
68.
Solid, solid stuff. Double 4, 2 in hand.
60.
But Jenkins gets a chance for the break.
Is that the first mistake of the Richie Howson day?
Game shot on the third leg.
He's been
Andy
punished.
Jenkins.
Andy Jenkins breaking the Richie Howson throw. Now we get to see what Richie Howson is made of.
Fourth
Coming
leg,
back,
Andy to throw
he's been
first. Game on.
just bashing everyone today. He's been running away with this one. It's like his beloved Aston Villa did against Spurs.
83.
Cannot wait to attend that Tottenham Hotspur v Portsmouth fixture of the weekend. Just 60,000 fans moaning about their football club.
100.
Well, you've had that for the last 12 years, haven't you, with Portsmouth?
I've won a major trophy more recently than Tottenham. And Villa, for that matter.
40.
What was your last trade? Was it the 90... Was it 95 League Cup?
I think it was 96, wasn't it? I think it was Leeds United, was it?
Possibly. And then Leicester had 59. That run, didn't they, where they went berserk in that competition in the 90s.
I'm expecting to get quite a few tweets later on from the Howson gang when they're like, it's not a Villa shirt.
16.
It is. It's a Villa shirt. Only one team that we can talk about in them colours.
I've just had 7 more years today. It's reminiscent of a Scunthorpe United shirt. Well, he is from Rainham, and very
100.
famously at Glanford Park, there's a massive advertising hoarding for Rainham Steel.
I don't know how you know this stuff. It's
140.
just about to say Richie Howson is coming off the boil a touch. Stats was getting a bit
59.
lower. You
Richie
start to
Howson,
feel
141.
a little bit less faith in him, and then he pops in a 140 and says, no, I'm still here. Still producing.
105.
Sets
And you
that
got
up
160.
absolutely perfectly. So we asked the question of him. Maybe asked another one here.
120.
We asked the question,
Richie
how can he
Howson,
respond?
36.
He's had it his own way. The first time today, he had to react. His throw broken. He went behind.
18.
Boy,
And
he
you
could be in
got
trouble.
40.
I didn't expect to be saying that. Tops for Andy Jenkins for a 3-1 lead.
$30. Richie Howson, 18.
The opportunity comes and goes. And so 99 for 2 apiece.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Richie had to ride his
Howson.
luck a little bit there, but he finds himself back level at 2 apiece. And Andy Jenkins knows he's missed the opportunity to go 3-1 in front.
Fifth leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
How crucial a passage of play may that be in proceedings? Because Howson now is halfway towards a perfect day.
57.
And when you put yourself on 10 points in the group following the opening day's play, you know you've done pretty much half the work. 22 points by and large wins this group. Wins here, he goes on to 10. He's just going through the gears here now, isn't he? He knows he's had to ride a couple of darts here and there, and now he's
81.
Putting the hammer down.
Andy Hamilton here as well. Using all the dart player nicknames in this one.
84.
Well, it's been a mighty performance. I'm not going there.
Yeah, we'll save that for Chris Murphy. He likes that.
$36.
Another opportunity. The seesaw of opportunity tips itself down to the Andy Jenkins side.
100.
Shaking the head for the first time here from Richie Howson.
83.
He is not feeling as positive as he was earlier on. Andy Jenkins will be mightily positive if he can get this leg wrapped up, because he will then be throwing first for the match.
47. Richie Howson, 142.
Another one of them. This could be a punisher because Jenkins
131
decided not to lay up.
Game shot on the fifth
And for the
leg.
first
Andy
time
Jenkins.
today, Richie Howson is in some jeopardy in this group. Jenkins is one away from victory at 3-2. He has the darts to seal a 4-2 victory, which would put him within 2 points of Howson.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
And remember, these two play in the first game tomorrow.
And suddenly, Richie Howson, who looks as if he was going to put himself in an unassailable position in this group, could suddenly be hauled back if Jenkins can take just one more leg from here.
96. 99. 140.
And that 140 has wrestled
100.
potentially the darts. That was a big last treble there for Jenkins.
133.
Well, to make it 4 legs in a row with breaks a throw.
180.
He might have to do this 132 now, because that is a mightily impressive visit there from Andy Jenkins. Oh, it's on. Another one of them. Oh, it's on. Double 16. Oh my, Richie Howson, what a finish. Andy Jenkins hits a massive 180 to leave himself a shot for the match, and Richie Howson, bull, double 16, and Andy Jenkins congratulates him by nearly throwing him off the stage.
Jenkins was peering from behind as he threw for the double 16. He thought he had his man.
60.
He thought he had it under lock and key, and Richie Howson, who had to throw the key away in his previous match, has managed to find a way to unlock leg 6. And with it has he unlocked the match, but he kicked off with just a solitary 60 with his first visit. Jenkins jumps all upon that with a 125, and suddenly, once again, the attendancy is back with the man from Cosham.
100. 35.
How good does that 132 finish look? It is like the absolute mark. I don't think there's a nicer looking finish on the eye than that 132 that way. Ball, double 16.
It's a hang it in the Louvre type shot, isn't it? So aesthetically pleasing on the eye. This is always aesthetically pleasing on the eye. A timely max for Jenks.
And
he's going to get 6 of the match from here to impose a first defeat of the day upon Richie Howson.
68.
That last dart, though, was just give Richie Howson hope. Even a straight single 20 would have guaranteed him a dart of the double with just big numbers.
100. And you've got 93.
Now needs to find something. He may utilise the bull here. He's gone straight for it. He needs a treble.
53.
Howson to play his first get out of jail free card of the monopoly that is the group phase of the Super Series.
The bullseye!
Game shot on the match, Richie Howson.
Once again for Richie Howson, comes up trumps, and Richie wins 5 of 5. A sporting hug of congratulations from Andy Jenkins. The Owl has been the man on day 1 at the Super Series in 2023 with an exhibition of scoring, an exhibition of finishing. That 132, an absolute highlight, and then that 81 on the bullseye to seal a comeback win for Richie Howson in our final game of the day. Let's get some final thoughts and reflections up on the balcony now with Chris Murphy.
Yeah, what a way to finish what has been a remarkable day for Richie Howson. He's gone through the bingo card, won all of his matches, but didn't he have to battle back in that one? That brilliant bull double 16 checkout, and then another bullseye to win the match. A fantastic way to end the day's play, and he ends the day, of course, at the top of the Group C table. Howson flying high, winning all 5 matches, and that's all we have got time for today. But we will return tomorrow to see if anybody can get the better of him. Back on air from 9:30 a.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and live on Sporty Stuff TV. See you then.